Good. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the March 9th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Directors of the 22nd DAA. Donna, can you please call roll?
Sure. President Valdez?
Here.
Vice President Barquette?
Here.
Vice President Rowland?
Here.
Director Gelfen? Okay.
He's not here yet.
He's not here yet. Okay. And Kathleen Mead will be a little bit late. Director Mosier?
Here.
Director Nejabat?
Here.
Director Schenk?
Here.
And Director Slayman has an excused absence.
And now Director Gelfand is here. So.
Oh, Director Gelfen.
I am here.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Before we start with our agenda, I wanted to make an announcement. As is our custom, if there are any actions that are taken during closed session, we announce those at the latest at the next board meeting. So I wanted to let you know that during the meeting of February 23rd, 2021 in closed session, the board discussed the interim CEO position held by Carlene Moore. And with unanimous consent, we have, as a board, appointed Carlene Moore as the official CEO of the 22nd DAA without that interim word before it. So congratulations to Carlene, and with great support from the board, we look forward to working with you as we continue to go through the challenging times and through also our strategic planning process and for the next part of our journey. So congratulations. I don't know if you wanted to say anything.
Thank you. I also am very much looking forward to working with the board and staff and our community on that strategic direction and getting ready to really focus on forward motion for all of us. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, so on to our agenda. We do have a member of the public signed up for public comment on the consent calendar agenda item. Because of the number of members of the public signed up for public comment throughout the meeting, we are limiting public comment to 2 minutes today. So before we have our motion on the consent calendar, we will hear from the public, and that's Jane Cartmill.
I noted that the minutes of the February meeting didn't explain that Equine Medical Director Dr. Rick Arthur was tapped to address a request by Director Gelfand that the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club provide information on the horses that have been called missing in action. A number of public comments have been made during past meetings about this matter, which Director Gelfand deemed worthy of inquiry. Dr. Arthur, apparently speaking on behalf of the Thoroughbred Club, praised the safety record of Del Mar, but also made it clear that the requested information would not be provided to the director or to the public. I think the minutes should be amended to reflect that Dr. Arthur's comments were made in response to Director Gelfand's inquiry and constituted a denial of his request. Also, I note in the minutes that where in the past you have had a brief description of the comment that members of the public were making, in the minutes now, it just lists the names. And with no mention of the purpose of their comment or the nature of their comment, it's pretty meaningless. It could be extremely brief. Jane Doe spoke against horse racing. Mary Smith spoke in favor of the horse park, or someone perhaps had a suggestion about or a concern about the public housing, low-income housing issue, without any description of the comment. It's pretty meaningless to just list the names of the people that spoke. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last member of the public signed up for that agenda item. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I think that was Director Mosier?
Gelfand.
That was
Gelfand.
Gelfand. Sorry.
I'll second it, though.
Okay, we've got Gelfand moving, Mosier seconding. Any questions, comments, discussion? Donna, please call the vote. Aye.
Vice President Barquette,
Aye.
Vice President Rowland,
Aye.
Director Gelfand,
Aye.
Director Mosier,
Aye.
Director Nejabat,
Aye.
Director Schenk,
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to the management report. CEO Carleen Moore.
Thank you. So we are, as a reminder to all of the board members, in the process of establishing new committees and schedules and things going forward. And while many are on today's agenda, I just wanted to report on a few that have met sort of in between agenda posting time and this meeting and some of the work. Nothing that is for action, but just an update of activity that's taking place. So the Strategic Planning Committee met just last week, and we do have our board workshop date set for April 23rd. I believe you've all been sent a calendar item for that. That'll be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. It will be available to the public via Zoom, and we'll have all of the proper notice requirements met for that. In preparation of that work, we'll be having some work done leading up to that. And so as an example, all of our staff is going to be participating in a process with our facilitator, kind of focusing around our missions and visions. We've already done some work around values. In addition to that, we'll be sending out a survey to this board to respond to, and then all of that information will be then rolled up into a report. And this everything in order to help make the most out of that one day on April 23rd, with everybody's time and attention really devoted to that. The goal for April 23rd is that, in essence, we all walk away with an understanding and an agreement and a consensus of kind of the lens with which we're going to be looking at and evaluating programs, facilities, and so on going forward as an organization. In addition to that, our Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee met. They got to work on and working to establish a committee charter, and also made some requests of staff in terms of some research work and more information that they're looking for before they begin any meetings with the City of Del Mar. And then also our Audit and Governance Committee met. And for our Audit and Governance Committee, really starting with a focus on the organization foundation documents, such as a review of bylaws. I'm also looking to have the charters get established for each of the committees. And then we'll start to prioritize the work going forward in terms of, what are some common and or very significant policies that we need to start with in terms of review and or development. So that's been some of the other work of the rest of this board, and we'll have reports from those committees that are listed on today's agenda. Last month, I mentioned as part of the relief package that the federal government has put out, I mentioned the SBA shuttered venue operator grants. Still waiting for those, the information on that to become live, the application process. But just as an update to that, there seems to be differing opinions as to whether or not fairgrounds and whether or not all fairgrounds will be eligible to apply. So just we are continuing to monitor it, and I just want the board to know that we plan to apply and have them tell us we're not eligible if that's actually the case, since there's such differentiating opinions on that. Just over a week ago, I spoke during both the Senate and Assembly Budget Committee hearings in support of Governor Newsom's proposed budget, in which he has allocated, this is for fiscal year 2021 through 2022, in which he's proposed $50 million in operating support for the fairs, plus an additional $10 million for infrastructure support to the fairgrounds. In my comments, I also emphasized the need for them to to release the remaining fiscal year 20 and 21 funds, the AB 75 funds that we are all familiar with. And there's actually language that was included in some of those reports for that to be done in this current fiscal year for those of us that continue to struggle while the pandemic is still going on. It's getting better, but we're not all the way there yet. So then on to some funner items that we've got going on. And so can you bring up the website? Kind of hot off the presses of our creative team. Overnight, we launched, and we're really excited about it. So we'll show it up here on the screen, but the completely overhauled, redesigned Del Mar Fairgrounds website. And as you can see, it is full of information and fun pictures and facts. And it's also going to make it much easier for people to find, for everyone to find information on the website, updates that are going on than what our website has previously been showing. Now, some people might be wondering why it is, we are still in a pandemic. We're not open fully for events yet. So why now and why such a focus on it? Well, there's actually been some promising new reopening guidelines that were in the news even as recently as last Friday, and we anticipate that news is only going to continue to get better. So the guidelines that were announced last week really focused around outdoor live events as well as sports and amusement parks. So I'll just go through some of the highlights of that. So outdoor live events that have assigned seating, whether that's stadiums or concert venues, as well as amusement parks, can reopen at limited capacities as early as April 1st. Sports and entertainment, they can fill up to 20% of their seats. Theme parks can start off at 15%. One of the restrictions currently is that tickets can only be sold to California residents. So trying not to encourage interstate travel at this point. All of this is also dependent and will change based on the progression of tiers that any one county, as well as the state overall, will be going through. So at the moment here in San Diego County, we remain in the most restrictive purple tier. And in order to get to the red, which we're at about 10.8 cases per 100,000 residents. And in order to move up into the red tier, we need to get that number down under 7. And so we'll be continuing to monitor this situation and adjust accordingly. And so you'll hear some more about that as we talk about our plans for the fair under the Fair Operations Committee report. And as you get an update on the vaccination superstation in just a moment. And so with that, and I'm going to have Melinda provide that update because it's the biggest event that we have going on. But first, I'm going to start with Katie providing you an update on the center construction, which also gets us going in terms of events and what we hope to have an activity later this year.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very, very excited to share with you all what's been happening over at the center. It changes. It's really fun to go over there on a daily basis and just see the changes happening because it really is moving very quickly now that we're onto the finishes, and you can really see the shape that it's taking. So here's a picture just showing these swirls that are in the roof. I don't know, there's probably a technical term, but those are all over the roof. And not only are they visually appealing, but they provide acoustic barrier for the building. I can tell you just being in the building, the acoustic, it's not complete yet, but it's already noticeable in there how sound deafening those areas are. This is from the upper balcony looking down on the stage. It's been described to me as the best seats in the house, although I don't know how you can go wrong with a show in this building because every seat is a great seat. But it shows you can see on the roof line some of the lighting that's been installed. There's a large ring of light, and they tell me that can all be controlled through production. They can change the colors of it, make make it flash or whatever the show requires. Here you can see a better view of that ring of light that kind of encompasses the center of the building. This is a view from the balcony of the other side of the balcony. This is truly a VIP experience as you're looking down on the stage. I don't know if you can see them very clearly or not, but those black little pillar things are going to be holding up a drink rail. So whether you're seated or standing, we can adjust the railing and we can, have a nice place to set your beverage of choice. This is looking down on the stage. As you can see, it's covered with plywood. If you recall in pictures of the past, it was concrete. Now it's got a finish on it for fireproofing, and then it will receive a final finish for the staging, which can be replaced in the event of any kind of damage or anything that occurs. You can just replace a piece of it without having to replace the whole piece. And they're installing the acoustic sound barriers up where you see the wood framing. This view is showing the acoustic fiber that's covering much of the wall space. This will be surrounded by a really fine woodwork trim. And it's just a very attractive look and kind of a unique use of materials. This is a photograph of the long bar. So this is kind of the pre-function space before you go into the concert. This is the bar itself. Those sliding glass doors are actually coolers that will hold product for the bar. The lighting in this room is really, really neat. Actually, it's all electronically controlled. So the bartender, whomever, can control, the dimming of the lights, the percentage of the dim, the lights being on or off. It's very high tech. This picture, I just wanted to show you this blue light. If you notice this blue light that's shining, you'll see this at the entrance to each of the restrooms. This is actually the doors that go between the long bar and the concert venue. This blue lighting prevents the light from the bar or the bathroom or that kind of thing washing out the lighting from the show. So when a show's happening, that blue light prevents that cross-contamination of lights from occurring. Again, just another view of the long bar. It is a very long room, a very long bar in a very long room, but it's really turning out great. This is a first-class event center. I'm so excited for everyone to see it in person and to come to a show here. It's just going to be a really primo place to see. This is just another view of the stage area. And you can see from the floor, the view of the balcony. This, I just wanted to show you, these are some samples they were doing the other day of the floor treatment. So it's going to be a stained concrete, and this is the color of staining that it's going to be. So you can see it's just very rich colors that are being used for the flooring and also for the trim work. And then here's a view from the stage. Does anybody have any questions? All right, thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Kate. Oh,
yeah,
Michael has a question.
Where are you really in terms of an estimate of opening, and where are you in terms of the consideration of how it's going to operate? In terms of
Well, I'll let Carlene maybe address some of that, but they anticipate finishing construction at the end of April. And I believe our target date for opening, of course, with all that's going on in society right now, indoor events of this caliber aren't really allowed, but I believe we're looking at an October 1st, hopefully opening date if all goes smoothly.
Yeah, and then with that, so we're in the process of working through the operational plan in terms of how it will operate once it is open. So following the completion of construction, we have some work to be doing in there as well. And then again, we'll be monitoring the reopening guidelines for indoor live entertainment venues because we expect those coming out, in the coming weeks, if not months. So,
are you anticipating operating it, having the DAA operate it, or doing it as a joint venture with some outside operator, or an RFP or a lease, or
So we actually have a management agreement with Premier, and so we are working through the details of that with them. And that was done with the addition, when the addition of the long bar side of the facility was added, and Premier loaned us $2 million for the additional work on that side.
That's on the food and beverage side, but in terms of like who's booking the bands or music and
No, it's not just food and beverage in terms of that agreement. It can be for operating, managing the facility as well. And that's what we're working through right now.
Premier and AMG.
Or yeah, Premier SMG, ASM Global. Mm-hmm. And so with that, then we'll have Melinda provide the events update, and especially our biggest event going on.
Good afternoon. So we have, well, aside from the center opening, we are also looking to bring back Surfside Race Place. So that's very exciting. So we're working through a reopening plan right now, and we anticipate bringing that back online April 1st. Along with that, you can drop that down. Not yet. We'll save that vaccination superstation for last, but a quick overview of our events. So currently, we just finished up with the GEM Fair this last weekend. We also have, we're continually acting as a storage facility for Goodwill Industries, and that will continue through April. We have some horse shows on the books, 1 for this month and 3 for next month. And then, as I mentioned last month, Jurassic Quest is joining us, our drive-through dino experience. They'll be back again, very popular event. And also in tandem, we'll have Reptile Nation joining. In addition, Mainly Mozart is coming back for a drive-up concert. And then we have the Engineer and Land Surveyors State Exam that we'll be hosting in one of our centers. And now for the wonderful update of our vaccination superstation. So I have a brief presentation for you, and we're excited to share some of the highlights from our vaccination superstation, which is a joint effort between the 22nd DAA, Scripps Health, and the County of San Diego. So what you're watching here is some live aerial footage that was pre-recorded of the Del Mar, let me say this 3 times fast, Del Mar Super Vaccination Station in progress. So since opening on February 12th, we've actually administered over 24,000 vaccinations, and we had a record high yesterday of 2,650 vaccinations in one day, which occurred in just about 4 hours. So that's pretty impressive. The teamwork for this event has been nothing short of incredible, and Scripps Health has been an amazing partner in this endeavor. Scripps Health COE Tim Collins had said to us in writing that we extend our gratitude to the Del Mar Fairgrounds team for the amazing collaboration and support of this effort. Every day during the briefing, I express what a wonderful partnership we have working towards vaccinating our community and how this community-based model of support is supporting this cause. So we thank Tim at Scripps and Scripps Health, the county, and all of the volunteers who have helped to make this happen. So thank you. In addition, beginning Monday, if you show proof of vaccination appointment, you can get a free ride on North County Transit District to the Solana Transit Center, and a free shuttle service will be running from the Solana Beach Station to the Del Mar Fairgrounds. So finally, we also received some great feedback, and from that, there's a few quotes on this slide, but Elise Eglander said, "Today is day 340 of staying home. We only take walks. Thankfully, I received my first dose of the COVID vaccine on Sunday at the new at Scripps Health drive-through vaccination center at Del Mar Fairgrounds. It was very organized and fast." We also received a comment from U/Brian DL2, who said, "Received the Pfizer COVID vaccine at Del Mar Fairgrounds. In and out in 26 minutes. Everyone was super friendly and efficient. 10 of 10, we'll do it again in 3 weeks." So a lot of good social media and publicity. We've received nothing but positive comments. And even our own AG Josh had given us some comments yesterday of how quick and efficient it was. So thank you. Any questions that I can answer for you?
Can you remind us of at max capacity, how many vaccinations can occur on a day?
We can get up to 10,000. So we have 2 facilities that they're running through, so 5,000 cars per facility.
And working with Scripps, is there any prospects for something of that magnitude in the near future?
We are hopeful to get there. They're currently working, and it is a supply and demand situation currently. So as soon as they have the product, they're happy to start vaccinating as many as possible.
Director Schenk?
So 9 days ago, I went out to the fairgrounds at 6:45 in the morning to serve as a volunteer, and I did it till about 12:30. I have no, unlike Director Mosier, I have no background in medicine or science. So I was an observer and served in the capacity of monitoring for 15 minutes to 30 minutes those who are sitting in their cars in the parking lot. And I have to tell you that the sense of appreciation from the people that had just received their vaccination was just incredible. And I offer to share with each of you comments that people invited me to do so because they wanted the board to know, and they wanted the 22nd DAA to know how grateful they were. And these were strangers who just were, many in tears, were just so appreciative, as that one woman who said 350, 60 days they've been inside and really unable to do things, and so looking forward to their future. And so I just wanted to pass on to each of you as a part of the team, along with the county, along with Scripps, that you're very much appreciated by those who've been through the process. And so I was very proud to be a part of that observation team and to share these observations with you.
Thank you.
Any other
right.
questions? Okay.
And with that, I'd hope if I had my microphone on. And with that, we'll have Chana present the Don Diego Scholarship Foundation report.
Shannook, excuse me, let me start over. I'm asking you all for your help, those on the board as well, the people in the room and people watching at home, in getting the word out. Our scholarship applications are on the DonDiegoScholarship.org website. We have over $70,000 to give away, including a 4-year, $20,000 college scholarship, $5,000 a year for 4 years. All the information and the application is available on our website. And the last day to apply is March 29th at midnight. So please tell your friends, neighbors, anyone that you happen to meet. All you need to have is a connection to the fairgrounds, and you need to be off to college or to a technical school. So we have voc ed scholarships, college scholarships as well. So please help us get the word out, and thank you for your support. We're looking forward to the opening of the fairgrounds and some opportunities to do some fundraising so that we can have more scholarships in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Chana. And with that, that concludes my report.
Okay, before we leave this agenda item, we do have 2 members of the public signed up for public comment on this agenda item. The first one, again, we're limiting public comment to 2 minutes today because of the number of folks signed up for public comment. First up is Jane Cartmill.
The 22nd DAA should not continue to host reptile sales at the fairgrounds. Such events contribute to the 2nd largest illegal trade in the world after drugs. Even a curator at the San Diego Zoo was convicted of illegal wildlife smuggling. The trade is underregulated at best and completely unregulated to a large degree. Approximately 90% of traded reptiles are captured from the wild, and the demand for unique exotic species is fueled by reptile sales and exhibits, such as the one you're hosting, promoted by hobbyists and captive breeders. International efforts to regulate wildlife usually fail to address the species imported as pets, and 90% of those reptiles die within 1 year of captivity due to mishandling prior to purchase or failure to meet their complex dietary and habitat needs. Such reptiles are often treated inhumanely due to ignorance and because they lack facial expressions to show pain or distress. As a society, we already fail miserably to care for untold numbers of dogs and cats and birds, let alone pythons. The CDC reports some 74,000 cases of salmonella infection in humans yearly due to exposure to reptiles. Non-indigenous species can become established, upsetting ecosystems and leading to extinction of native species. There is so much wrong with the reptile trade that the Humane Society of the United States proposed a total ban on import, export, and retail sales, citing the health risks to humans and the harm to conservation. Please find a less destructive program to support. There's nothing agricultural about selling snakes and turtles, and there's already too much animal abuse and exploitation associated with the fairgrounds. Why add more? Please make this the last year in which you host Reptilian Nation. Thank you.
The next member of the public signed up for this item is Oscar de la Torre.
Yes, Board, I'll reserve my comments for item 5C1. So we'll save some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last member of the public signed up for that agenda item. Anything else, Carleen?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Nothing more.
On to committee reports. First up is Horse Park Ad Hoc Committee. We do have a number of folks signed up for public comment. Just to remind you, what we do is we have the staff report first and discussion arising out of that to allow you the opportunity to hear that before you do your public comment. So with that, I'm going to pass it on over to Director Gelfand.
Yeah, I want to thank my fellow committee member Kathleen and also Carleen and staff, and at this point turn it over to them for the report.
Thank you. And so it wasn't included in Friday's board packet, but it was posted onto the website last night, and there was a further update provided. So we are going to present some information today that's in that, especially for those who of our public who maybe have not seen that information on our website yet. But what we've provided and have begun to lay out for the board, and so the written narrative just recaps sort of what led us to the decision that was made in December, kind of, and where we're at on that, as well as to provide some information in terms of just some understanding. But one of the really at the crux of all of this is, what will be required of us at Horse Park with regard to water quality improvements. And that information, we've sent a letter to the Regional Water Quality Control Board to staff for input back on. We've already heard back from them that they've received the letter and will be responding to that to us in writing, and then forthcoming from that will most likely be an additional meeting that they will attend. And so, so with that, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dustin Fuller, who is our supervising environmental planner. And we're going to provide you with some background, again, some further background and understanding with regard to the issues at Horse Park, why it is that you hear such a range in terms of cost estimations. There really are reasons for that, and some of which will be determined by what ultimately, or how ultimately we decide to for Horse Park to be laid out even. There may be opportunities for some cost savings if we were to have fewer generation areas, and that's newer generation, things of that nature. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dustin.
Thank you, Carleen. Henry, guys, I'm going to start a screen share here for the PowerPoint.
Yep, you're all good. Go for it whenever you're ready.
There we go. All right, we'll start this from the beginning. Hopefully, there we go. So good afternoon, President Valdez and directors. As Carleen mentioned, I'm Dustin Fuller, Supervising Environmental Planner. I have the privilege of providing you with this update today. First step, I'd like to review the CAFOs. Concentrated animal feeding operations are facilities that meet a certain animal population threshold, have animals for at least 45 days, or regardless of population, is determined to be a significant contributor pollutant to the waters of the United States. CAFOs are applicable to all different types of animals, cattle, swine, chicken, dairy cows, and really they're the best fit for equestrian uses. So for our case, equestrian, there are 3 different classifications. Small is up to 149 horses. Medium is 150 to 499 horses, and large would be 499 and more. So at a maximum of 499, horse park is considered a medium CAFO. So continuing on, this is our waiver application we applied for and were subsequently enrolled in order number R9 2019-0005, waiver number 6, discharges from animal operations, Delmar Horse Park, San Diego County. So this is what kept a horse park in compliance with the Clean Water Act. The application kept horse park in its current configuration, meaning the areas where we have production areas for manure, or I forget the term that Carlene used, but production areas were the same. We had some on the east side and for, on the west side for borders, and then on the east side for horse shows, temporary stalls. The waiver identified improvements that were going to be made and included a timeline for detailed engineering design, environmental review, and permitting and construction. What it did not include was the project management fees and overhead costs, did not include ongoing operational and maintenance fees, did not include other required facility upgrades, did not include prevailing wage costs associated with construction, and it did not assume delays in construction or escalation in costs for inflation. And as a reminder, we estimated this to be approximately $3 million. Part of that is the CEQA review. I mentioned environmental review and permitting. Likely we would permit or get this cleared through CEQA under an exemption. A change in the type of use or a change in the intensity of use would require a different type of CEQA review, more costly, more time consuming, potentially an environmental impact report. So this is just a schematic drawing showing the improvements identified in the waiver. You can see the area on the west where we have the boarding stalls, and then the area on the east where we'd have the temporary stalls consisting of 2 production areas. So equestrian activities were paused because the 22nd DA could not comply with the Regional Water Quality Control Board approved waiver. So the inability for us to comply with the order exposed us to potential lawsuits and enforcement action, including monetary penalties from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The prudent solution as a state agency and the steward of the environment, and having already been sued for CAFO water quality violations, was to temporarily remove all horses until a suitable pathway forward could be identified. In 2020, 3 other equestrian facilities of similar size and CAFO characteristics in this region were requested to enroll in the industrial general permit by the San Diego Regional Board. We have a high degree of confidence that the San Diego Regional Board will require Horse Park to enroll in the IGP for consistency with these other sites. So the new scenario we see would be the existing waiver plus IGP coverage. And this is really where the range of costs come into play. Our current waiver, or the one that we applied for and enrolled in, did not have any formal sizing criteria, nor did it have ongoing monitoring requirements. The IGP does have both. So we're working to establish permit coverage requirements. And as Carlene said, we've sent a letter to the regional board to get clarification on what exactly will be needed. I'm going to go through some examples here. Oh, first, here's the letter that we submitted. This was done last week. Obviously not able to read it, but it's in the pack for you. One thing I would like to mention, just as the requirements changed from when we enrolled in 2019 to 2020, additional changes to the waiver could occur. The waiver is renewed every 5 years, and during that review process or renewal process, there's a review, and additional or more stringent requirements that cost to the DAA to implement might need to be adhered to. there's potential for things to change. And now we get to the range of costs. Just so you know, all of these costs assume permit coverage applies to both the border area, the permanent stables, and the temporary stables or the event area. The permit coverage and cost reductions could exist if stabling was consolidated into one area. And for the examples provided below, all stabling, temporary and permanent, are assumed to be in the current locations. So here's where we go into different costs. Our existing waiver, like I said, has no sizing criteria, no ongoing monitoring or reporting, would be a medium CAFO and is expected to be right around $3 million. When you add the IGP to our existing waiver and a sizing criteria of an 85th percentile storm event, which is approximately 0.65 inches, when we stay in medium CAFO, you get costs in the range of 3 to 4 million. The next level up would be the waiver plus IGP and a sizing event of a 10-year storm, which is 2.5 inches of rain, maintaining the medium CAFO. Cost estimates would be 4 to 6 million. And then the last one is the waiver plus IGP at a 25-year storm event. This is 3.25 inches of rain. This would be a large CAFO, and this is where we get the 6 to 8 million plus dollar range. This is what we did at the fairgrounds proper. This is an ongoing work effort, but this slide shows some of the capital improvement considerations for future equestrian activities. Some of these things include replacement of a transformer, reskin of a tent, second covered arena with GGT footing, lighting for arenas, renovation of the east restrooms, RV sewer hookups, and paving. And there may be additional things that the equestrian community identifies as being needed at the facility. So really that concludes my presentation. I know I went through that quickly. I'm available for questions. We also have our stormwater attorney, Wayne Rosenbaum, available, and our stormwater engineer, Ian Adam of Fusco, here to address any questions that staff is unable to. So with that, I will end my speech.
Any questions? And I can't see my screen.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Dustin, there you go, Dustin.
Yeah,
that's Director Gelfand. Is that you? Yes. Okay.
Yes. So the numbers that you just showed, that range of costs, does that range of costs include the items that you earlier talked about as not included, like, permitting and prevailing wage, et cetera?
No, they do not. Those are for the improvements for stormwater only.
Okay, so the numbers would be higher. Another question related in the budget, in the package that was sent to all of us, the budget numbers, it actually, and I thank staff for doing it, it breaks out the operational costs of the existing treatment facility at the main fairground property. And it's well over $1 million a year to monitor that system. So would we be looking at similar kinds of costs at Horse Park, depending on the level of intensity that we're required to adhere to?
I may ask Ian Adam to chime in, but no, I don't. Unless we went with a large CAFO, I don't think we would be approaching those costs annually. I think as you get to, go ahead.
But what kind of costs, if any? I mean, would there be no costs for modernization, or would it require a full-time person? Do you have any idea what the potential range of annual costs might be?
Maybe, Ian, if you're on.
Dustin, let me see if I can jump into this. I guess the best answer we have, Commissioner Galfond, is we don't know. It really will depend on how the regional board opines on our status as to the level of monitoring, the level of O&M that will be required. It won't be zero, and I would expect it would not be as much as we have on the other side of the highway. But so there's your range, somewhere between 0 and $1 million.
Good, thank you.
That was Wayne Rosenbaum, our attorney, just for the court reporter.
I have a question for whoever can answer it. Regarding your range of costs, which is set forth in the staff report and also was one of your slides, Dustin, I noted that you have waiver plus IGP at an 85th percentile storm event, and then at a 10-year storm event, there's different costs. They both apply to medium CAFOs. Which one would we have to comply with? 85th percentile storm event, 10-year storm event, and how is that determined? And I'm a little confused on that, on the difference between those two.
I'll give this one a whirl. So the different size storm events would be the amount of water that you would need to treat. So at the fairgrounds proper, for example, it's a 25-year, 24-hour storm event, which is 3¼ inches. We can retain all of that water in the infield lakes. So if we went with a 85th percentile, 0.65, we would need to be able to retain and treat 0.65 inches, which is less expensive to do than retaining 2½ inches of rain. We don't know which one we would have to do. That's why we sent the letter to the regional board to get that clarification.
That's what I thought. Okay, so it's dependent upon the regional board telling us which one we would have to comply with, and at the moment we don't know. So it could be
Correct.
3 to 4 million or 4 to 6 million, depending upon their
Correct.
answer. Okay. My other question was capital improvement considerations. Your other slide, there were 7 items on there. We haven't costed those out at all, or do we have any general sense of what those costs would be for the capital improvement considerations?
Just in terms, this is Carlene, just in terms of rough estimates, just based on that list, that's about, we're a little over $750,000. And again, those being rough estimates. And so that's part of the information that staff, along with our consultants, will continue to research and be bringing back to the Horse Park Committee and then ultimately to this board as part of that decision-making process and forecasting out the best approach to horse park returning to equestrian activities in the coming months.
Okay.
I have a question related to that. Would any of those improvements require a CDP? And if so, would those costs be built into the budget, if you will, for all of this? And also maybe between now and our next meeting, if we could get more input on these additional potential costs like permitting and prevailing wage, et cetera.
Yes, I do believe all of them would need to be permitted through the Coastal Commission. I don't know what level of permitting that would be, if it would be an executive director approval or a full permit application. So we would need to incorporate those costs into moving forward. They have not yet been incorporated.
So that also means a potential time range from 3 months to a year or longer.
Correct.
Hey, this is Ian Adam. I need to add one quick comment with respect to the determination on what size retention center. We believe that the facility should only have to do the waiver and the IGP, nothing additional. We don't believe there's any justification for any larger 10-year requirement. That I think is important for the public to hear, that because that anything those get to be very expensive, and we don't think it's warranted. We think the IGP and the waiver is sufficient protection and would also allow the most feasible options moving forward. So we'll be making that point. We expect the board, and we'll be making that point to the board, and have, to be honest, in other circumstances.
Just point of clarification, Ian, the Regional Water Board that we're making the point to.
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
And just one more point of clarification. I want to, when Ian refers to the waiver plus IGP, and he's referring to the 85th percentile storm event.
Right.
Correct.
Any other questions before I open up for public comment? My understanding is you'll just continue to go forward with the task at hand. We will wait. Do we have any sense at all on the timing to hear back from the regional board?
I hope that's within the next couple of weeks. I can't say for sure, but the fact that they responded and said we've received and we will be responding is positive. I'm sure we can put a call in to see if when that may be coming.
In that
And in
email,
that-
they also noted that they would be available to attend your next board meeting. So I think we can kind of assume we'll have some response from them before that time.
And in a nutshell, for those of you that haven't seen the letter, in a nutshell, it's basically providing us clarification as to whether or not we only have to comply with the waiver or whether or not we have to comply with the waiver and the general permit. Is that basically it in a nutshell, or is there more?
Yes, and at what level? The
Yeah.
IGP at what level?
Okay, great.
And another question, maybe before public comment. There are
Yes.
a lot of members of the public and interested parties who would like to see the facility reopened for equestrian use as soon as possible. Is there a scenario, once we have the feedback from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, is there a scenario where it could open as the CDP, is applied for, and or would we have to wait until we've gone through some sort of either CEQA or other kind of process?
Dustin, do you want to take CBP, and I can talk a little bit about the water board issues?
I don't know if we could open up without a coastal permit. Well, actually, no, we could, because the improvements would be all that need to be permitted. The existing uses are currently permitted. So in that scenario, yes, but I will defer to Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the regional water board side, there is the potential to apply for and potentially obtain what's called a time scheduled order, which says I'm going to do certain things in a certain period of time, and therefore the regional board will waive the fact that we haven't done it yet during that period. But there are some elements to that in order for the regional board to approve a time scheduled order of this kind, there would have to be sufficient evidence that not only that we could implement the plan we are putting into the order, i.e. that we have the funding necessary to go forward. That would be a critical factor and it's still discretionary on the part of the regional board, but that would be a critical factor in terms of obtaining a time scheduled order.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before we open up for public comment?
I have a question on that last item.
Director Rowland.
So in terms of the funding issue and being given the go-ahead to move forward, do you think that us currently being in the pandemic will cause any more leniency in that respect, or what's your experience in terms of the latitude given there?
The regional board and the state water board have published a memorandum and letter that says we don't care in the vernacular. Enforcement will continue, compliance will be demanded, and the fact that there is a pandemic is to them not relevant.
And may I ask a question about if people have questions that they would like to direct to the regional water board? I imagine they have the same sort of public process and signups and comments that people can direct to them as well.
That is true. At any public meeting, there's a public comment period.
Okay, thank you.
And they meet monthly.
They meet monthly. Then I assume they're doing Zoom meetings now as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they do care about the pandemic. Thank you.
Yeah, and all of their staff is working from home.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we will now open it up to public comment. Again, just a reminder for all those folks who are signed up for this agenda item and others that we are limiting public comment to 2 minutes today. So first up for public comment is Ali Nilfaroshan.
Hi, everybody. it sounds like you guys have been really busy with a lot of stuff. So that's kind of, that's encouraging for all of us. Just wanted to be here again, be present, and, let you know that our community not only needs this venue, but we don't only look at this as just a money-making venture. This is a necessity for all of us homeowners in Rancho Santa Fe and people that are in the equestrian community. And I'm more than happy to share my vision of what I see. I've got my investors in place. And if there's ever a time that you guys want me to share that with you, I'd be more than happy. But otherwise, keep doing the great work that you guys are trying to do for us. And we look forward to having Horse Park back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Dale Harvey.
Hello, how you doing? Good to see everybody. I would just reiterate what Ollie said, that how important it is to get this sorted out, and reiterate my interest in contributing whatever I can to make that happen. I do have one question for you guys. I don't know whether you can answer it or whether you will answer it, but Carlene mentioned a few moments ago that that Horse Park could open in the coming months. Is that really what we're talking about? That is a possibility, and really that's all I have to say. But thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. Next up is Sarah T.
Hi, thanks so much for all the work you guys are doing. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want you to know that I grew up in Del Mar, and I have a question at the end about the generational areas. But before that, I wanted to say, let's keep up the good reviews. I think the vaccination site is absolutely fabulous, and I'd like to see great reviews about the Horse Park reopening. I sent out this info to some fellow friends, and one of whom responded to me and said that her daughter had to stop riding when they don't even understand why. They're sort of left in Nowheresville, and they were not only shocked but just devastated. But given that there's going to be 50 million plus 10 million from the governor for infrastructure, it seems to me like that would be more than enough cover these new changes that need to be made. And as for paving, I would just caution doing that, because my experience from Cardiff Reef, that was paved, and ever since it's flooded. It didn't used to flood down there when it was not paved. The waterways would wash out and the restaurants would, but the parking lot has flooded after paving. So please keep that in mind. And then my question that I referred to is to the point that I wanted to make, that I am a bicoastal kid, and my parents separated when I was little. And I would leave Del Mar for the summer and spend the summer on the East Coast. And when I used to drive, we used to come back home every year, and I'd see Mary's Tack Shop, and I thought, oh, I'm home. So for me, it's part of the soul of North County. And I want to know what generational areas might change in these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Conley.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So thank you, board. I can see that you all have been doing a lot of work on Horse Park, and as Ali and Dale have put, if there's anything we can do to help facilitate anything, or the place goes up for a lease, I'm sure we could all pull together and help make it work, so we can keep Horse Park the community center of horses that it's been for the last 19 years for the county of San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Reed.
Nancy's not in the queue.
Next, Carla Eccles Hayes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and Carlene. It's good to see everybody again. As I've heard a lot about angels. I think I've heard this since December about angels helping on Horse Park. And I've got to tell you that angels love horse sports, and they are there behind all of these operators who might want to respond to an RFP to operate Horse Park under a short-term lease. So that's something that I think all of you need to understand, is that the investment is in experience. It's not a business. It's an experience for a lot of the angels. In fact, I realized suddenly today that I've been one for the last 15 years for young horse rider teams in my little area of horse sports. And I can tell you firsthand, I run a business and I have my hobby. My hobby is priceless. I could forget a lot of those business meetings. The experience is fantastic for those of us who really love horses and love the environment and love Horse Park. So the Friends of Del Mar Horse Park continue to recommend some kind of public-private partnership that involves leasing Horse Park to someone who really knows how to build it up and pay for water remediation and reestablish Horse Park as the center of excellence across horse sports nationally. And to that end, I noticed on the capital improvements, the footing got left off of the list. And I can tell you, for horse people,
Ms. Hayes, your
footing
time
in
is
the
up.
ring is the most important item.
Ms. Hayes, your time is up.
Thank you. Next is Martha Sullivan.
Hello, this is Martha Sullivan. And I, having read and heard some more about, the water quality issues and the various improvements and the potential operational costs and so forth for Horse Park, I once again want to really urge the board and the staff to do sort of a cost revenue analysis between, doing horse racing at the main fairgrounds versus having it available for the equestrian uses at least this summer. As I have mentioned previously, there is examples from last year of fairs who were canceled having their races moved to Golden Gate Field. And that would be an option for Del Mar. They could race at Los Alamitos, for example, which only races at night, or perhaps even race some of their summer meet at Santa Anita. So I think you really need to look at the cost that you've already laid out that you have to put into the racetrack to do races, the revenues that you'll get out of that versus the benefits of allowing more local equestrian uses to be enabled and facilitated in Del Mar, where they don't have the option to move someplace else. So I want to really emphasize that to you and have that be part of the options that you're looking at.
Thank you. Next up, Laura DeMarco.
Hi, this is Laura. First of all, I wanted to thank Carlene and Dustin and the staff for meeting with us to review the information that you need. They requested that we inspect the horse park facility and come back with suggested renovations and itemizations for those costs. And I sent that to the staff, and it came up to a number of $515,000. It includes $365,000 for improving the footings. But what's more important to you all is the fact that the 2 horse show operators that we took and inspected and gave some of these estimates said if they had to do a horse show today at Horse Park, they would be able to do so without these renovations or the other $750,000 like on the paving and everything that was itemized in the staff report. So you can open Horse Park now. The bigger question, as Director Rowland asked, is, what does the Water Board want to see? And as Director Valdez asked, about the timing. And we commissioned Tori Walker as a consultant. He spoke with Ian Adam, he spoke with Lori Walsh, and he also spoke with Wayne Rosenbaum. And he came up with a maximum of $4 million based on his conversations with each of those people, especially the Water Board. I think he will be very pleasantly pleased that the Water Board has a high priority focus on this. They want to get Horse Park opened. And we want to help you be able to do that as well. That is the reason why we encourage you as soon as possible to start the solicitation for bids. You have had 3 people already on this call who've indicated interest. They have financial backers, and they will be able to help you get the money needed to reopen Horse Park and the water remediation.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. The last member of the public signed up for this item is Vance Chesbro.
He is no longer on the queue.
Okay. There are no other members of the public signed up for this agenda item. I did have a question arising out of public comment, and I'm going to pose it to either the committee, to Carleen and staff, or to Wayne and Ian, whoever would like to answer it. There was a suggestion, I believe it was from Mr. Harvey, about some representation about Horse Park being able to be opened in the next couple of months. And I didn't hear it that way. I want to clarify that and see whether, what's the response to that and timing that you're looking at.
I'll speak on that first because I think it was my words and they may have come out a bit confusing. When I was referring to in the next couple of months, what I was meant was for more information coming back to this board to be able to make a decision in a few months, but in turn not to imply that we could have Horse Park back and open. And part of that is this board still has many decisions to be made around Horse Park. The decision has not yet been made to go with a third-party operator. There's also, and part of the work that staff and has previously come in terms of requests from this board is to come back with, and that's what we're working on, which is does Horse Park look like if we were to operate it? What are those capital improvement projects that are necessary, ongoing maintenance, any additional expenses outside of just the water quality improvements for the board's consideration of whether or not the 22nd returns to operating Horse Park. That's where potentially the TSO that Mr. Rosenbaum referred to earlier, if the DAA was to continue operations at Horse Park, that's a route that we could look to take. Another option that's been discussed by this board, which staff is also researching, is the framework by which a public-private partnership could look like, and bringing that information back as well. And then the third one, and I think this is what's being spoken to as well, is that potentially the board could direct staff to issue an RFP. And there is work to be done even around that in terms of this board setting direction for what you ultimately would want to see a third-party operator do, perform as, and so on under that. And so I also want to just take a moment to outline for everybody's sake what even the route of RFP can look like. Again, time is necessary. Once this board makes the decision, time is necessary to develop that RFP, again, being provided that direction. From there, it's noticed, it's out on the streets, it's available for anybody, any operator, and it's a process that then they would be reviewed and ultimately scored on, but it's available on the streets for 30 days. After then those are submitted, then they are vetted by staff as to did they meet minimum qualifications, things of that nature. They're ultimately scored, and then a posting of that of an award of the contract. That can take up to another 30 days, and it's typically right around the 30-day mark. Then, barring any protests to the awarding of that contract, which there can be, and that's California public contracting requirements. If there is a protest, DGS then reviews any protests that we receive. If not, in this case, because we would be looking at a lease of land, DGS still has to review the award of the contract for finalization. So I just want to be able to hopefully set the timetable that we are operating on is several months. And so that's why I think really the direction at which we're approaching it is to move with deliberate speed, to continue to gather this information, be very active in doing it and bringing that back to this board, but recognizing that some of this information does take some time to gather. In addition to, and we're doing that while we're waiting for that information from the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Thank you. Was any other comments in that regard with respect to timing that anyone else from the committee or our attorney or consultant wanted to have? Okay. Any other questions before we close this agenda item? Seeing and hearing none, we will go on to the next agenda item, and that would be the Fair Operations Committee. And to you, Director Schenk.
You're muted. Thank you, Mr. President. Several months ago, I last reported that we were hoping to have something in the month of June. I didn't know what it was going to look like, but and it would have to be based on what was allowable as we moved into the spring. We have a better idea of what it's going to look like, and I'm very happy to report that through staff and working with the Fair Ops Committee, there is going to be something that we will be providing, presenting, celebrating in the month of June through July 4th. And Katie will be, on behalf of the staff, presenting for us for the first time what homegrown fun is going to look like. Katie.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone. I'm excited to be able to paint this picture for all of you of what the staff has been working on. We're very optimistic that with the advent of vaccinations, that restrictions will begin loosening some things. As we've heard reported in the news, things are opening up a bit. Even the county public health department, who we've been in consultation with, has advised us that with a proper COVID-19 protocol plan in place, this event is doable, and especially by June, we're all optimistic that it's doable if things continue on the positive path that they've been on. Of course, we're mindful that we anticipate continuing to operate a portion of our site as a vaccination center, and we're honored and happy to be able to get San Diego County back on its feet. We are very pleased to present a version of the fair that will provide the community with an essence of some of the most important traditions San Diegans look forward to every year to start their summer. So with that, the San Diego County Fair presents Homegrown Fun. This diagram shows you the footprint that's available to us to use. So I'd like to kind of take you all on a little journey, if you will. Parking, it will not be available to us in the main lot because that's being used for the vaccination center. So we've gotten creative with our parking and traffic teams, and we've been able to identify the racetrack, the training track, and part of the west lot, as well as the green lot, which is that little tiny triangle that's up on the west side of the racetrack. We figure we've got about 3,000 parking spots available to us to utilize throughout the run of the fair. Again, if you don't recall, the dates of this event are scheduled to be June 11th through July 4th. We will be closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. The entrance to the fair will be dramatically different, but I think will be just as exciting. So you'll enter through the horse walk. So your first impression of the event will be the paddock, which is a lovely setting for an entrance. And it'll allow us to socially distance and queue people appropriately down the tarmac of the fairgrounds. When you come in through the paddock, everything in that black outline will be available to you. Of course, we will be providing fencing in areas that need it to separate the event, Homegrown Fun, from the vaccination center. We will have food stands that are spread throughout, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. We'll be using Bing Crosby Exhibit Hall and Seaside Pavilion for retail, shopping, and sponsorship displays. Currently, this tier allows for 25% capacity inside of those buildings. We hope and anticipate that we will be moving up tiers by June and we'll be able to allow more capacity. The West Lot will house our community celebrations, demonstrations, edutainment, which I'll get more into. And this is just really, the goal of this is to just be a really fun event that you can bring your family to. Our target demographic is people with kids looking for some educational activities. And of course, getting back to our roots, our focus will really be on agriculture. We cannot have an event without Fair Food Favorites. Everybody looks forward to that every year, and that was the basis for our success with the Fair Food Fix last summer, if you'll recall. So this year, we're allowed to expand upon that. We will have outdoor eating areas, being able to invite the public back onto our grounds. We'll have rest and shade areas, and then we'll have a wide variety of Fair Food favorites and traditions. The vendors we've spoken to have been so excited about this concept. They're just itching to be involved in this event in any way, shape, or form. We've had a ton of support from them. There will be a much broader variety of food available than there was at last year's Fair Food Fix. We had, if you recall, about 10 vendors last year. We hope to have at least 20 or more. Some of your favorites like Chicken Charlie's, of course, will be back, but also ones that weren't part of the Fair Food Fix like Bacon Affair, Australian Battered Potatoes, Country Fair Cinnamon Rolls, and several others are on board to join us this year. Retail shopping experiences. So we do have quite a bit of undated San Diego County Fair merchandise that will be available for sale, but we also will be showcasing shopping experiences in the exhibit hall, Seaside Pavilion, Bing Crosby, like I mentioned before. And we've got a few vendors on board who are excited to join us as well, Vitamix and Cardine Spas and the USA Flag Company, to name a few. But we'll be filling the halls with everyone's favorite selections from the annual fair to give you just a taste of the shopping experiences that we all missed in 2020. Of course.
The feed is frozen. We lost Del Mar.
We're back a little bit. Stand by, everyone.
Thank you.
Would you like to know where we lost you?
Sure.
Taste of the shopping experiences that we all missed in 2020.
You didn't miss much.
So stand by.
In 2020, Katie, we did miss much.
Yes, that's true. 2020 missed a ton. We all did, but
we're on a heart. Yeah, we're on the hard line now. All right, Katie.
All right. So the heart of the fair has always been agriculture, and we plan on celebrating that in a big way. First, we'll be bringing back some of our favorite animal presentations, such as the educational series, Wildlife on the Farm. We're going to be in talks with the Oasis Camel Dairy. We're We're looking into a dog show, pig races, some of the other fun fair favorites. Those are all a little bit fluid right now as we're talking to the various entertainers and seeing what their availability might be. Plant, Grow, Eat. Chana was in the meeting here earlier, and Chana and I have discussed a partnership with the Don Diego Scholarship Fund, where it's kind of a reverse Plant, Grow, Eat, where kids would come to this event, be able to plant a radish and take it home with them. And we could staff that with master gardeners and possibly, do some fundraising with Don Diego through that activity. We're working with RWB Props, who's for the past few years provided props for the annual fair, and talking to them about helping us design some agriculturally themed vignettes and selfie spots, because it's not really an event unless you take a picture of it to show all your friends. So and then finally in 2020 we had purchased, actually in 2019, in conjunction with Hollandia Dairy, a cow milking trailer, brand new. And we were planning on debuting a dairy exhibit at the fair, all about dairy cows and what they eat and, the kind of products they produce. And then in conjunction, having this nice new milking trailer. And we were unable to do that because of the pandemic. So we are hoping to bring that back in conjunction with Hollandia Dairy, and having that be kind of a highlight of the event for kids and families alike. Here's some ways we are planning on celebrating our community. So we are planning on scheduling demonstrations every single day of the event that revolve around traditional fair exhibits. So things like home arts, quilt making, cookie baking, things related to the home arts, things related to gardening. So demonstrations about gardening and floriculture, demonstrations related to woodworking, all of the things at the fair has been really well known for, the educational demonstrations, fine art, photography, and what have you. We'd like to introduce a community showcase of creations from our year at home. So all of us were challenged with staying home this past year, and it really inspired a lot of us to do some things around the house that we probably normally wouldn't do. And so we'll be soliciting photographs of those creations from our community and showcasing those on a digital screen at the event to show the creativity and innovativeness of San Diego County. We're planning on holding the Junior Livestock Show and auction. However, it will not be open to the public. It'll only be open to exhibitors. That will actually take place on the east side of our fairground, so it's really not accessible from this area. But for the 4-H and FFA kids who have invested in projects and spent their time and money raising those projects, we hope to provide a marketplace for them. We'll also be hosting one-day contests and fun on-the-spot contests. So, popular contests that we've held in the past, like plein air painting, allows everyone to socially distance, paint out in the open, and then have their paintings judged all in one day at the event. Also, fun on-the-spot contests that, again, will allow for safe social distancing, such as bubble gum blowing and other, fun contests like that. We are hoping, we aren't 100% sure we're going to be able to do this, but if we can, following all state and county public health guidelines, we hope to offer a 4th of July celebration that includes fireworks and, of course, other patriotic activities. So we are in conversations right now, trying to figure out what that would entail, if it's even allowed, but we'd love to be able to bring this show to the community, because we know it's important not only to those who have attended the fair in the past, but also to the people who live in this community. Tickets and parking, we're going to be working on a budget and presenting that to this board at the next April board meeting. Tickets will only be available online, and you'll only be able to purchase those in advance, because there is going to be a capacity for this event. And once we've reached that capacity, just like with the Scream Zone we did in the fall, there will not be tickets available after that time. So we will be encouraging everybody to purchase online. Parking also is extremely limited. And we will also be encouraging people to purchase parking online. Again, we can sell out of parking just like we can sell out of capacity. We do encourage alternate forms of transportation, such as rideshare, so that you don't have to incur parking fees and there's plenty of room for everyone to park and participate. This is the information we have at this time. This is what we're moving forward with. We'll be planning our programming and developing our COVID-19 plan and protocols, and also developing ticket prices, parking prices, et cetera. And we anticipate more information on that being available in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And there's one more slide about COVID compliance, which I already kind of touched on. And that's it. Any questions?
Well, may I just ask this, Mr. President? What I would like to do is, before we get into discussion, have the discussion if there is a motion on the table to proceed, and then we can have discussion if that's okay. I think that would be the proper way to move forward.
Well, there is one recommendation that we'd like you all to approve today, and that is refunding the remainder of fees that are due to would-be 2020 participants. So that would be like exhibitors, performers, those kinds of participants. We're holding on to about $100,000 of those fees. We'd like to start 2022 when we can return to a traditional fair, fresh and with a new start. So.
All right. Well, with that, thank you, Katie. So my motion would be to incorporate that refund process with the idea that we will have a homegrown fun event this summer between June 11th and July 4th, dark on Mondays and Tuesdays, giving staff the flexibility to use that as a sort of a framework from which to move forward. I think you've given us some great ideas about what can happen, but of course, we'll need some flexibility as we proceed. So with that, Mr. President, that would be my motion.
Second.
Thank you. And that was Galfan on the second. Any discussion? Director Mead.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation, Katie. And my question is just, I want to be sure that I am thinking about this correctly. We previously voted, I believe, on canceling 2021. So as I understand it, Homegrown Fun will replace the fair during 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, it's we will not be having the traditional San Diego County Fair. We'll be replacing it with San Diego County Fair Presents, so that it's still, in the inspired by the traditional fair, but what we're allowed to do under current guidelines. So Homegrown Fun will replace the traditional fair.
Thank you very much. I just want to be sure that I've got the terminology down as we're talking with the public about our homegrown event. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gelfand?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a moving target with COVID and where we'll be in June. But if we were looking at it today, I don't know if we could even do it. But for example, will there be masks required? The CDC today said that even if you've been vaccinated, there's a chance that you could be a carrier for COVID. Do you have a notion of whether masks would be required at this?
We'll be writing that into our COVID-19 guidelines. We'll be placing, signage throughout, as well as on our website, advising people to wear masks. We are under the California Department of Public Health restrictions as well. So we'll be looking to that guideline to guide us as to whether or not, masks are in play at that time. But I would anticipate at this point in time that they will be.
And the control of the number of people, just so that they're not all packed together, is basically because you're ticketing online only. And I assume, I don't know, would you also take care of the parking online as well?
Yes, you'll buy all your parking and admission online. This is unlike, fairs of past. We will have capacities, and if they're anything like Scream Zone, they will be reached on certain peak days. The capacity actually of the space, if you do the math, our capacity is much greater than, say 10,000 people, which is what we think our capacity is probably going to be based on the parking that's available to us. But again, we're probably more limited by parking than we are by actual square footage.
Okay, I'd just like to compliment staff on the creativity and the ambitiousness of this. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Director Barquette, I think you had your hand up before.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Katie. This is wonderful to hear, and thank you, FairOps, because this is what I was hoping and praying for, to be honest, that we would have something on this level. And I'm so excited and ready to buy my ticket and parking. But I wanted to ask you now on the refunds that we are going to be giving, were any of those contacted in terms of participating in this homegrown fund? And if they were, did some of them deny us? Just curious.
What these are people who paid entry fees to participate in our traditional exhibits. So for example, I was going to enter my quilt, or I was going to enter my, piece of jewelry, or my painting, or what have you. So we have not contacted them yet to participate in Homegrown Fun in another capacity, because what we're looking for would be to people to participate in person, to do demonstrations and that kind of thing. We have an email list of all their emails, and certainly when we're ready to roll out the community showcase portion, we will be soliciting them to submit their photos of things that they've created over the past year, but we won't be collecting a fee from them for that, because we won't be, taking the entry in, judging it, displaying it, all the things that, are overhead to our exhibits program, basically. So what we'd like to do, because we're holding on to their money since 2020, we'd like to just refund it all and then have the entry process happen all over again for 2022, when we anticipate being able to go back to normal and have the traditional fair.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Director Rowland?
Based on your comments, it's on parking. It sounds like that we will not be needing to use the horse park for parking. I know that added the additional transportation on, but though that's not in the plans for this year.
That's not in the plan, and the reason why is that there's a huge amount of expense to deploying horse park. That's additional staffing. There's also, the questions up in the air about shuttle transportation. Not only do we have to rent the shuttle buses and supply the drivers, but then what are the COVID-19 regulations we have to have in place to be able to use the shuttle? So certainly we can explore that a little bit, but I think that that's probably, out of the scope of our resources that are currently available.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, I know that you had mentioned the dates are June 11th to July 4th, closed Monday and Tuesday. What do you anticipate to be the hours of operation?
The hours of operation will be noon to 9 as the event stands now. So we're capturing the lunch and the dinner crowd, but it won't be a late night event without the carnival or other late night attractions that we typically have.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Donna, can you pull the vote?
President Valdez?
Aye.
Vice President Barquette?
Aye.
Vice President Rowland?
Aye.
Director Gelfen?
Aye.
Director Mead?
Aye.
Director Mosier?
Aye.
Director Nejabat?
Aye.
Director Schenk?
Aye.
That's everybody.
Motion carries unanimously. Anything else?
I would just like to thank all of you very much for your support, and I look forward to seeing you at Homegrown Fun.
thank you, Katie, and to the entire team. And that concludes for now, Mr. President, the committee report. Hopefully, over the next several months, we'll have more information to share.
Thank you. And I'm going to just echo what Director Barquette and others had stated to senior staff, to Carleen, to Katie, to Melinda, and to your entire staff. Really, thank you for your creativity and for really being flexible and being able to think outside of the box. So we really appreciate all this. This is really exciting and something that is, I'm feeling as though we're turning the corner into some sort of normalcy for the first time in months and months and months. So thank you to you all. Thank you to Fair Ops directors, Shink and Nejabat, and Mead before Director Nejabat, because I know, Kathleen, you were part of that as well. So thanks, everybody. On to the next item, we have the DMTC Liaison Committee. I'm going to pass that on over to Josh Rubenstein.
Good afternoon, DAA directors and staff. Josh Rubenstein, Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. We were very encouraged. Carleen mentioned it. We were very encouraged by Friday's announcement that fans will be allowed at outdoor sporting venues beginning as early as April 1st. And as Del Mar's opening day is over 4 months from now, we feel like we'll be well positioned to safely welcome fans for both our summer and fall race meets. Internally, we are discussing various attendance scenarios and operational plans. But as was the case last year, we will work with our medical advisors and county health officials to ensure we have a comprehensive operating plan that ensures the safety of everybody who attends the races. Moving on to a quick industry update, we continue to monitor the business at Santa Anita. That's where the racing is taking place in Southern California right now, and they're having a very good meet, a safe meet. Their internet wagering numbers continue to be very strong. So the positive momentum that we had this summer and fall has continued on at Santa Anita. As we've said in previous reports, we're very proud to be hosting the Super Bowl of horse racing, the Breeders' Cup, this November. We have weekly calls with Breeders' Cup staff. They are excited and committed to come to Del Mar in 2021. And as you know, we've said to you previously, in 2017, when we hosted the Breeders' Cup, it was the most profitable event in their 36-year history. So the bar is set high for this year, and we're excited to host Breeders' Cup once again. In your board package are 2 press releases that we put out last week regarding significant purse increases at Del Mar. And strong purses are important because as we have reported previously, wagering is basically based on field size. The more horses that are in the race, the larger the wagering pools, and the more revenue that's generated. So to announce a 30% purse increase, which both of those press releases detail, was very significant. And the reason we were able to increase purses by 30%, largely 3 factors. The first is the strong results that we had in 2020 created a purse surplus that we will now be paying out in 2021. Secondly, over the last couple of months, because of the strong internet wagering activity we had in 2020, we're able to negotiate very favorable renewals with our internet wagering partners that not only will provide additional revenue to DMTC through sponsorship and broadcast rights fees, but also these deals will supplement purses both in 2021 and 2022. And lastly, we believe there will be significant increases to brick and mortar wagering this year as the state begins to reopen. I talked about having fans on track, but also the state's in-state satellite wagering network is reopening. We currently have 15 of the 19 sites open, and by Del Mar, we expect to have all 19 sites open. Lastly, as I noted earlier, we will work with our medical advisors and county health officials on a very comprehensive plan that ensures the safety of everyone at the races this summer and this fall. And that includes our employees, our fans, and the stable area community, as we did in 2020. So lot to look forward to in 2021. And Joe and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
So Josh, regarding the COVID-related guidelines, will you be reporting that out to the board either in April or May, you envision?
Absolutely. So as we get closer to the meet, we look forward to sharing those plans with the board and to get your comments. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open it up to public comment. The first, again, just a reminder to the public, we are limiting public comment to 2 minutes because of the number of members of the public signed up for all the agenda items. First up is Liz Jacobelli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Liz Jacobelli, citizen of San Diego. Today I want to talk about Plum Dandy. Plum Dandy, a 6-year-old horse, died a gruesome death from slipping, rearing, and falling in the stable area at Del Mar on 8/31/20. His last race was at Del Mar on 8/16/20, placing 5th in a claiming race after 21 other races in New Mexico and Southern California starting in 2016. Plum Dandy's necropsy states in his clinical history that the horse slipped at the barn and died spontaneously, possible heart attack, fractured skull, bled from nose. His case summary states that on 9/2/20, this horse had a catastrophic basis sphenoid and occipital bone structure. Other findings were incidental. Full report on head examination to follow. That's 9/18/20. Head examination is complete. Basis sphenoid fracture occur most frequently in horses that rear backward and strike the pole of the head. Although it is usually assumed that the fracture results direct from the impact, this does not seem to be the case. Basiophrenoid fractures are now thought to be avulsion fractures resulting from the pull of the ventral straight muscle of the neck. That's the rectus capitis ventralis. On the insertion of the basio-occipital bone. This concludes the testing in this case. This is just one of the many horses that has cruel death either on the track or behind the scenes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jane Cartmill.
Mean Sophia was a 3-year-old filly who last raced at Del Mar on September 5th, 2020. Unlike the missing in action horses that several members of the public have been asking about, we know the outcome for Mean Sophia. She is dead, killed because of racing, and specifically because of a catastrophic fracture of the humerus as she exited the starting gate. The necropsy report makes a significant point. Quoting from the report, forelimb examination confirmed the presence of right humeral complete fracture. The distal physial component and the absence of any gross evidence of chronic stress remodeling makes this case very unusual. Distal physes closure in the humerus is estimated to occur at 1 to 1.5 years of age in horses. In some instances, it may take longer, and they fully close at 2. Based on the literature, the growth plates of this horse must have been closed, and it is not clear what the predisposition factor for the physial fracture was. The report indicates that the horse had been in good nutritional condition with appropriate muscling and fat deposits. There were no significant gross findings identified in the visceral organs. In addition to the fracture, there was massive hemorrhage affecting soft tissues extending from the level of humeral mid-diaphysis to proximal antebrachium. This postmortem reinforces the fact that fractures can happen with no warning that can be detected by a PET scan. Imaging may be useful, but it will not detect all potential problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Martha Sullivan.
Hello, this is Martha Sullivan again. Since Mr. Rubenstein referenced Santa Anita's safe record in its meet, which started December 27th of 2020, I just want to point out that there's actually been 7 horses that have died in that meet. The most recent on March 5th was a 6-year-old gelding, Surfside Sunset, who died of colic, which is a common killer of stressed racehorses, and a recent necropsy of another Santa Anita horse who succumbed to colic, described an absolutely horrific and painful death. So we now have a Deco who died on December 27th, a 2-year-old colt with a racing death, horrible death that we've seen on film. January 9th was Cali Caliente, a 4-year-old gelding collapsed in training, had been on the vet list for bleeding. We have Bowie's Hero, an 8-year-old horse who died on January 18th, treated for laminitis and was euthanized. The last start was January 2nd at Santa Anita. Scatch Choice was a 2-year-old filly who was injured at the 3/8 pole, threw the rider, was vanned off, and was burned dead by the daily racing form from a fractured ankle. On February 6th, Natural History, a 3-year-old gelding, died in training from an ankle fracture. On February 28th, Squeaky Cheeky, a 3-year-old gelding, first start ever, places last, crosses the finish line, collapses,
Mother, your time is up.
and is killed from a fracture.
Thank you. On to Kim Mars.
Star 6, Kim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to congratulate the board. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I'm really super excited for our industry that we have the purse increases this year. I think that's going to make for a spectacular season this year, especially coming out of the COVID pandemic, and really, really pushing the economy in Del Mar and getting things kind of set up off the ground to help these businesses in the Del Mar community and the surrounding communities, and keeping the backstretch workers working, with the possibility of actually having out-of-state people come in and make this an even bigger meet. I am super, super excited about this. So just keep up the good work. We're doing everything on our end to keep these horses safe and doing the right thing, and the reforms are working. And I did want to make a comment for the first caller who relayed that necropsy report on that one particular horse. Horses are kind of sometimes their own worst enemy, and horses slip, fall, do goofy things. Unfortunately, one thing that does happen is sometimes if they rear up and they go over and you can't catch them, they do hit their head, and that is one of the very sensitive parts on their body, and it's can be a very traumatic thing. I just want people to be aware that it's not a horse racing malady. This happens to horses in, horse riding stables, on people's ranches, on farms. This happens all the time. It's not a horse racing or a racehorse specific injury. So I want people to keep that in mind, that these kind of things do happen. So with that said, you guys keep up the great work, and looking forward to the meet. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Oscar de la Torre.
Yes. Hello, Oscar de la Torre, worker advocate. Without a doubt, the economic devastation in COVID's wake is the worst the country has seen since the Great Depression. And as we begin California's economic recovery, it is important to acknowledge the workers that are the backbone of every industry. Workers who generally toiled in obscurity are now celebrated as heroes. Before the pandemic, this term was nearly singularly reserved for first responders, law enforcement, and for those who served in our military. To be certain, society was forced to see the connection between one's well-being and the labor of workers who must show up and get their jobs done. And by doing so, they provide a multiplier effect of support and opportunities throughout our economy. A legion of doctors and nurses, healthcare providers, first responders, and grocery workers made it possible for us to stay healthy, get healthier, and provide sustenance to our loved ones. Less well known or acknowledged, but just as important, are thousands of workers who kept entire industries alive during the pandemic's most dangerous points. Backstretch workers in horse racing worked through the pandemic, ensuring the well-being of thousands of horses under their care, while keeping many other businesses alive. Various service providers and businesses connected to the horse racing industry, including equine veterinarians and therapists, ranchers providing feed, and even broadcasters, journalists, and security guards, all continued their roles because backstretch workers, following all health and safety protocols, showed up to work. When most sporting events were canceled, horse racing continued to produce spectatorless live racing under strict guidelines from county public health officials. Without live racing, horses likely would not receive the care they depend on, and the workers would lose the security that comes with employment and a stable paycheck. Like all other workers who decided to continue their jobs as infections and death rates rose, backstretch workers undertook the risks as they were far outweighed by the harm caused by the loss of income, housing, and medical benefits that their jobs in horse racing provides.
Oscar, your time is up.
Thank you. On to Leonard Miranda.
Yes, thank you very much. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Listen, I think it was pretty well covered already, so I maybe won't take the whole 3 minutes, but I just also wanted to point out that injuries do occur with these large animals in all different environments, and a couple of those that were cited are consistent with injuries that occur at other places, not just the racetrack. And I'm very excited by the report that Mr. Rubenstein gave as far as how well positioned this meet is financially. And I've actually retired 10 years ago and just got into thoroughbred ownership in the last 10 years. And I am thoroughly impressed by the people on the backside, the people in the industry, as far as how they rally around these horses. I know there was a lot of press a couple of years, well, last year maybe, with the fatalities they had at tracks. And I've never seen so much effort to minimize injuries, to provide safety for the horses. And what's so beautiful about this industry that I'm relatively new to is to see how much the horse is the centerpiece of that industry, and everyone else just survives around that. And of course, the revenue that's generated for families and things like that is very important and very practical. So thank you guys for what you're doing, and I'm very, very happy for thoroughbred racing, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Luisa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for your service. I'm calling to express my support for horse racing and the workers that have kept live racing going in California despite the pandemic. My mother worked in horse racing and she loved her job. She loved working with horses and always talked about the horses under her care with pride and affection. Her sacrifices and commitment provided me with the support I needed to attend college. Horse racing is more than a job, it's a way of life. And I am very happy to hear that the reforms in horse racing has led to a significant decrease in accidental horse racing fatalities. The facts show that the industry is capable of addressing and solving the problems. Those who want to prohibit horse racing will only cause more problems than solutions. The government-enforced business closures due to COVID provided us with a glimpse, an opportunity to see the impact that job business loss has on our community. If my mother would have lost her job, I would not be able to have attended college. Please keep supporting protections for horses and for workers who take care of them. The DMTC has strong track record of prioritizing the safety of horses and the well-being of workers. Many families depend on your leadership in keeping horse racing alive and safe. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion of this agenda item. Any other questions before we move off? Hearing none, we move on to item D, Contracts Oversight Committee, and there is nothing to report from that committee. So moving on to item E, Community and Government Relations Committee, Director Mosier.
Yes, this committee met on February 16th. We moved the meeting to the third Tuesday of the month to lighten the load on staff. There was discussion about upcoming fair events and plans, and also some questions about Del Mar and the low-income housing. The participants were informed that discussion has been moved to our housing subcommittee and will no longer be dealt with by the Community Relations, the Government Affairs Committee. We have a number of new attendees from Del Mar. The former city manager has been dismissed, and so we have the new acting interim city manager, Ashley Jones, attending, as well as new council member Tracy Martinez. And from City of Solana Beach, Lisa Hebner is once more part of the committee, but she's now a permanent elected mayor for 4 years rather than a rotating mayor. And Jewel Edson remains on the committee. We also have invited staff members from the 3rd District Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer to participate in the committee, and we're anticipating in the future they will be participating just as they did in the more distant past. So this was mainly an informational sharing meeting, and there were no actions items to report. That's the end of it. Thank you.
Any questions? Hearing none, we move on to item F, the Finance Committee report, and I'm going to pass that over to CEO Carlene Moore.
So we have a couple of items in terms of today's financial report. And one thing I just want to make note of is that in error when we were putting the agenda together, which remember goes out 10 days previously, I had erroneously listed item number 3, which is the premier operating budget. That's actually incorporated into our events program budget. So I'll be speaking to that as I present on that. Just as I want to make sure that everybody saw in the packet in terms of our January reports were not available at the time that the packet was being put together. As we previously have reported on, we have been converting over to a new accounting system. We're getting very close to it being fully functioning, but one of the last pieces of that is the actual financial reports. So we'll have those at next month's meeting. In case anybody is just curious to know, in January, our income was about $120,000. And just as an example, our payroll was just over $600,000. So we do continue to operate at a high burn rate of things, but we are working on that. So without any financial reports, I'm not sure that there would really be any questions about them specifically. And so I'll move on to today's presentation of the events budget. As you recall, at last month's meeting, we are bringing the budget forward in phases. So last month we did the administration overhead, which also incorporated Del Mar Thoroughbred Club's contributions to us in terms of horse racing. This month, it also included our emergency relief program, such as supporting the vaccination center, so that it shows that. This month's presentation for you, which was included in the packet, it focuses on the events budget. And then it's actually in two separate columns so that you could clearly see as board members the portion of what the horse shows that we do have scheduled for this year, what that's looking like. This is going to be information that, as we work towards bringing you further information on Horse Park and operating costs and things like that, as well as potentially what the future can hold for it in terms of horse shows, that we would then be moving that out and bringing you forward just a Horse Park operational plan ultimately for your decision making, but not as a part of the budget. So as I speak, I'll be talking about some of those, both of those points about it. We are, and I'll reiterate this at the end, but then next month, based on your decision today, at next month's meeting, we'll be bringing forward the San Diego County Fair Presents Homegrown Fund budget for the fair activity, as well as for any of our other in-house produced events that we have that information for. Those tend to be smaller events such as Scream Zone. So with that, just a couple of key points and reminders as well, is we had already incorporated our permanent staffing levels as they were as of October 16th into the administration and overhead. Some of those employees that are dedicated fully to the events and or horse show programs are now allocated out, but we have not allocated the remainder of that. So you still continue to see a very high administrative and overhead operating expenses. We have in this budget increased some of our temporary staff, but that's only where it was necessary in order to support those programs, and such as parking attendants, traffic control, and things of that nature. Again, this budget includes Premier's operations, and that is spread. We work very closely with Premier, and so it's presented in the form of both events as well as horse racing and what their revenues and expenses are around that. And expenses primarily around the area of cost of goods sold. What it does not yet do, because we have not yet fully allocated out administration and overhead expenses, that's something that the Finance Committee is working on, is it does not yet allocate the operating expense of Premier that's currently still represented in the administration and overhead. And then finally, just as a reminder, again, we approach this from zero-based budgeting. So with that, oh, sorry.
Any questions on the events so far? You're not.
No, I'm not done yet.
Yeah, didn't think so.
With that, I'll actually take you through the budget. So just as a reminder that the format that you're looking at and that we will have continuing going forward is a program-based budget format. Again, the various columns representing the programs that we have and currently operate. And this is in order to provide greater transparency to everyone and really an understanding of revenues and expenses. It is also going to help us continue to distinguish and represent those figures going forward as each of those revenues and or expenses relates to a particular program or a series of programs. Financial reports, as we bring those forward starting next month, will also continue to make a much clearer demonstration and understanding of our net operations. And so with that, as I said before, we're rolling out the overall events program, which is really comprised in two columns, the events and the horse shows. So as you can see on the revenues or on the summary page here and the revenue section being in yellows, it's really added more information in the events column as well as then the horse park column. We are extremely confident in our ability to secure these revenues this year. This is based off of events that are built around the current public health orders that are in place, events that have adapted to but are calendared and contracted with us throughout the year. It separates out the program revenues are monies that we will receive in the forms of rentals, facilities, rentals of equipment and things like that. And then we've separated out the portion that we expect to earn in terms of food and beverage gross revenues, as well as then when there is a reimbursement for payroll expenses as they are directly related to the production of any one particular program. In addition, as we were doing this, we also identified, and so there are, if you're comparing to the budget presented last month, if you were to compare to that, there are some slight increases to horse racing costs in terms even of some of our staff time that we have made sure that we've correctly allocated and that we get reimbursed for from DMTC. The big line item there at the bottom in that section is, again, food and beverage. These are the gross revenues from food and beverage that we anticipate receiving. For the race meets, this has been matches to the approach that the Thoroughbred Club has taken at approximately 50% occupancy for the summer race meets, right now with no concerts and or festivals taking place, and then 80% occupancy later in the fall for the Breeders' Cup and fall race meet. So combined, these changes combined bring about an increase of just over $9.5 million overall revenues to the DAA. In terms of expenses, again, as I said, full-time we have the positions whose primary role is either in events and or horse shows, that we've allocated those roles. So that does start to show and move some of those expenses of admin and overhead over to those programs. But we still have further to go in terms of allocating overall time to those programs. In addition to that, there was the increase to the to temporary employees, again, as I stated previously, in the form of parking attendants, traffic controllers, our cashiers in the parking lots as we're having those events, some of the medical teams and things like that, services that we bring in. That is then reflected above in terms of that payroll reimbursement when we're getting reimbursed for some of those temporary help positions. We get reimbursed for some, but not for all. And then just as a reminder of, again, in the expense area, sort of direct expenses versus sort of the shared expenses, and shared expenses being the bottom. This is when we have expenses that really are attributed to more than one program. And this is the work that the Finance Committee will be doing to determine allocation methods for those expenses. Food and beverage is an example of that. There's an operating cost to the food and beverage program that is not necessarily directly related to at all times to horse racing and or to events or even to the fair as we add that. So what we anticipate is that once we have the fair budget in April's meeting fully rolled out, that will then give a comprehensive picture for the Finance Committee to work from to then determine the allocation methods as compared to doing those ahead of time when information will change in terms of the approach they might take once they see, again, the full budget, including the fair activities. So with this, it does cause an increase in expenses of just under $6.5 million. So overall, the net position, if all of this is realized, and again, our approach has been conservative here, we're very confident of the numbers in terms of the activities that we'll be able to host, barring even if nothing was to change in terms of the current public health orders, that we would be able to achieve these numbers. And so overall, for the year, it would be a $3 million net position improvement for us as an organization. And so unfortunately on the slide here, you can't see that number, but let me go back to, so at last month's, we would, kind of net position would have been ending the year at approximately $16 million in the red. Through the addition of our events program and events, horse shows, and especially food and beverage as a part of that, it changes our net revenue losses after all expenses to approximately 13.4. And so then just as a reminder in terms of the next steps that we'll have and what we've been doing. So as we promised last month, we've the packet and what you have before you is the events budget with horse shows that are taking place here at the main campus. We're not expecting to have a Del Mar National Horse Show and therefore budget for 2021 because that was already canceled. And we had said that we were working on different scenarios for the San Diego County Fair, which Katie and the Fair Ops Committee just rolled out earlier today. So we'll be bringing that budget back in April. And then following that, then the Finance Committee, again, will work to recommend the allocation methodologies to this board for approval, and then we'll apply those formulas going forward. And so with that, I'll open it up to if there are any questions.
Director Gelfand.
So this shows about $830,000 of revenue from Horse Park. Is that, I assume that's not happening at Horse Park, that's Horse Park type shows happening at the main fairgrounds?
Correct. And it is not, and just to be clear, that is the horse shows that will happen at the main campus for 2021 as we, again, continue to build out and bring forward what operations would look like if we were to operate Horse Park, in the future. We'll present that information separately with with an entire calendar of those events over there. Okay, and the improvement of $3 million over last year's negative $16 million. We're still at a negative 13.5, for the year. How's that going to be funded? Are there reserves or cash or are we just still out, pounding the street with our hand out? We're still out on the street with our hand out. We don't have any reserves. But that's part of, and again, our overall communications with CDFA have been, and if you recall, going clear back to November, were that we were in need of $12 million from November through the end of the fiscal year, which would be the end of June. So approximately, $9 million. We've already received some of that funding prior to the end of that calendar year, and are anticipating the funding going forward in terms of this current fiscal year. Then we will continue to monitor, watch, and support the governor's budget in terms of the funding in there that has been set aside for fairs, because the reason he's put that in there is to help stabilize the fair industry so that in order to recover going forward. And then, of course, we will continue to make adjustments to that as more information comes to light, as we have opportunity to bring in bigger events, or events are able to increase their capacities and therefore parking and food and beverage. So we foresee that throughout this year we will continue to bring forward as part of our just regular financial reports especially if there are major adjustments that we might want to be taking into consideration in terms of the budget. But overall, what we've really worked to do is to make sure that we have those expenses. As you can see in adding in the events and horse show budgets, the overall increase of expense is marginal, as a percentage of the additional revenues that we're bringing in, and that's how we're able to chip away. And that would be our approach to assessing any additional activities to be brought in this year. Okay, and then on the horse racing side, there's about $10.5 million of revenue, only $1.2 million of expense that's described as total direct expenses. Does that? Horse racing is not $9 million profitable to us. Yeah, it's because we haven't allocated out the food and beverage portion of that. We know what the revenues directly related to horse racing are anticipated as, but it's and we know what the cost of goods sold is for that. It's the allocation of then the operating expense, the staff, the personnel, the insurance costs, things of that nature. So that number currently is over in the administration and overhead. Okay, and how about the RTA
expense? Where would
Thank
that
you.
come
That
out?
is actually, yeah, thank you for asking that question. That is actually not included at this time. It would be, we would be bringing that back at, and I'll speak to that here in just a moment when we do the RTA budget. Once, because this board approves it and then the RTA board approves it, and then we would incorporate it into the DAA's budget. And it's a line item transfer to the RTA.
But it's a negative to us. And
Yes.
I'm just wondering if it's included in the negative 13 million.
No, not at this time.
Okay, so we're really looking for more than 13 million to balance our
Yeah,
budget.
about another $1 million.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Was it included in last month's?
No.
What if there were any events at the new venue, the center? Where would they be reflected?
So as we bring, as the center comes into operation, it would be an adjustment to the events budget.
Okay. Would you have a separate line item for it, or would it fall under events?
Well, it would fall under the column of events, but we'd have a separate row for it to reflect both the revenues as well as the expenses of it in order to see clearly the picture of the performance of it.
Great.
I think Director Gelfin, it looks like, has another question.
I got another one. The bond payments, like for the construction of the grandstands, that sort of thing, where is that in this budget? Would it be in administration?
So that actually is included in, so last month's presentation, sorry, let me go back a page or two here. So it's actually currently included under administration and overhead expenses. And what I reported on last month's meeting is we're going to be going back to take a look at that to determine, that's part of the allocation methodologies that finance will look at, because not necessarily all of the projects that were funded through the bonds are not necessarily directly horse racing related. We had some of our facilities and things like that were also built for that or through that process. They also benefit, program areas such as the fair and our events department. And so one of the requests that the finance committee had is to see the historic expense of RTA in order to determine how best to allocate that across the program areas. But the actual bond payment, the full amount of it, the near $3.3 million, is included in admin and overhead.
Right, so under your shared expenses, under loan expenses, $4.4 million, and that would incorporate the bond payment as well as the iBank loan payments?
Yes.
It's just all under admin and overhead at the moment, and then as we have further discussions, we will determine under what event it should be, segregated.
Mm-hmm. Richard is referencing page 33 of your board packet. And that's where there's a bit more kind of the detailed information with regard to the specific expenses and as well as shared expenses.
So that's,
and if I also, go ahead.
So that's in the non-personnel OTPS, but is it reflected in this page 31 in terms of the expenses under, the 30,517,000 of expenses?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Okay. Just want to make
sure.
Thank you.
Yes. So my understanding is we have captured all of the revenues and all of the expenses that would go into all of the various events that are included in the budget, but they just haven't yet been allocated as to which event specific, and if they haven't, then they've been placed in administrative and overhead for the time being.
Correct. It's with administrative. So if you recall, the first was just the admin and overhead. Here's what it takes for us to operate, and here are the obligations that we would have if we don't have a fair, if we don't have any, events, if there was nothing else going on besides us just operating. So as we move forward, and again, as we have more, the final piece of the information in terms of the budget, that's where the finance committee will be able to now look at, and some, for example, some expenses may be allocated based on overall number of operating days, or could be allocated based on attendance. I always use utilities and liability insurance are oftentimes done based on attendance, because our exposure, our risk is increased when there are more people on the property. Utilities go up when more people are, washing their hands and flushing toilets and generating trash and things of that nature. And so once we do that, the overall bottom line numbers will adjust across the various programs, the columns that are there, and we could even do that if we were not having homegrown fun. If we knew that, for whatever reason, we were back in, 2020 all over again and looking at that, we could begin that process now, but we really want to do that with the committee, with all of these elements of the budget in place, so that it's a comprehensive look and we aren't going back to adjust allocation methods.
Director Rowland first.
Carlene, just refresh my memory on the emergency relief. That's reflecting the vaccine superstation. That's pretty much what's in that column.
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, there is some reimbursement for additionally incurred expenses associated with it, but that the personnel expenses that are being allocated are more or less part of a community service, and we're not being reimbursed for those. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we are reimbursed for the temporary help. We're not reimbursed for any of our civil service help. And so, for example, one of our full-time civil service workers is our traffic control specialist, traffic and parking. And so, as well as then we have a dedicated manager on duty each day, to that. So we have allocated some of their time in terms of the need for that, for those positions, but it's not reimbursable in terms of the emergency programs.
Right, and my understanding is that this is just not some allocation of overhead to this event. These are actual real people who are on our staff who are assigned to and carrying out roles and responsibilities related to the vaccine superstation, for which there's no reimbursement. Just wanted to clarify.
Correct. And also, this is only for through the end of March, because that was our current contract. So this too shall grow as the superstation and the life of it is extended out.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that my understanding of that was correct.
So,
Director Gelfand,
to clarify, when you say this too shall grow, you mean the negative 350,000 will grow? Because that column under emergency relief has a positive 414,000 of revenue, but it has 768,000 of expense. So we're losing money by doing it. We're doing a community service.
Sure.
But, it'd be nice if the county reimbursed us or something. And the longer that we do this, the more it's going to cost us, and we've got fiscal problems. So.
Yeah, well, and when I say this too shall grow, it's that, and yes, it will grow, and so therefore the negative number will grow, not because we are incurring necessarily more expense. It will actually be a case of moving expense out of admin and overhead in terms of our permanent staff that is being directly allocated to the program that we're not getting reimbursed for. But as the revenues for what we are reimbursed for will grow directly in comparison to what we would be expending in terms of it for, again, temporary help, anything that we have to bring in from the outside in the form of additional equipment rentals. For example, we had to bring in more cones for the parking area, and there may have also been some additional bike rack. There was an initial expense for signage overall for the area. Those things we don't see growing, but it will primarily be around the labor and the ongoing expense of the rental of some of that outside equipment.
Well, and I think you clarified before also that these aren't, these are existing people. We're going to have them on staff one way or the other doing something important, but right now they're being allocated to the superstation. So.
Yes.
Okay, on another subject, I really appreciate this programmatic approach that you're taking, and it's so much easier to understand what's going on. I don't know if it'd be possible, but when the center opens, it would be, I think, nice to be able to see its operation, obviously with allocations, but as a standalone entity, just so over the first few years we can, see how it's doing. So.
Yes, and part of what we'll be able to do is also to bring forward individual P&Ls on something like the center to be able to look at on an aspect even of the fair. So yes, that'll be more information that we'll have coming forward.
This is something that, the Finance Committee and Carlene had been talking about, and her staff for a number of months and one of the things that was particularly important to me was having a better view of, for each program, for each event, what is the breakdown of the revenues and expenses. And while it's kind of takes a while to be able to parse out it all, ultimately, I think it's going to be a very usable tool for us to assess each of the events and, their bottom line, if you will. Some decisions will be driven by bottom line, others may not, but at least having a snapshot of them separately, I think for the first time ever historically with this organization, I think is going to be enormously helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So we would need a motion to adopt now because this updated budget.
So do I have a motion to, I think, approve?
Mm-hmm.
A motion to approve the events budget?
Excuse me?
Yes.
Is the finance committee making a
Yes.
motion?
I'm asking for a motion to approve the events calendar. So I typically do not make the motion, Director Mead, simply because I think it's more appropriate for another member of the board to make the motion other than the president. But the Finance Committee is recommending the adoption of the events budget. Did that answer your question?
That is
Yes.
actually consistent with Robert's rules, is the chair shouldn't make the motion. So
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know Pierre is on the committee. He's not make the motion.
He's not here.
Oh, thank you. I just wasn't sure. I didn't know him, so I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Right. No worries.
So moved.
Yeah, I was going to say I'll
Was that
second.
Gelf? I think it was Schenk for the first and Gelfand for the second. Any further discussion? Okay. Donna, could you please take the vote?
President Valdez,
Aye.
Vice President Barquette.
She is no longer here.
She had to leave the meeting. Okay. Vice President Rowland.
Aye.
Director Gelfand.
Aye.
Director Mead.
Aye.
Director Mosier.
Aye.
Director Nedjabat.
Aye.
And Director Schenk.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Anything more on events calendar?
Not on the events budget, but I do, if Mark
events
Wiggins is
budget.
still out there in TV land, I would like to introduce Mark Wiggins to speak to the premier P&L statement for January. So thanks for joining us, Mark.
Thanks, Carlene. For the month of January, we had a total revenues of $32.3 thousand. Most of those revenues were third-party vendors that worked the Jurassic Quest that we had, the Holiday Lights, and the Odyssey event, the Oddities and Curiosity Show for January. So there was no cost of goods associated with those sales. And then payroll was mostly fixed labor. There was a little bit of warehouse labor in there at the beginning of the month. And operating expenses were down to our basic operating cost. So it was a net loss of $27.7 thousand to the district.
Any questions? Hearing none?
With that, that includes my portion of the, on behalf of Director Slayman, I guess, the finance report.
Okay. All right, on to, there were no members of the public signed up for Finance Committee. On to item G, RTA, RTLC. As is our custom, we bring forward to this board an RTA proposed budget before we actually have the RTA meeting. The RTA meeting is scheduled for March the 30th of this month, and so public listening, it's at 11 o'clock a.m. and it will be via Zoom, where the RTA will actually approve the budget as well. Typically, consistent with last year, we're going with a bare bones budget of just what is necessary for the bare bones capital improvements and the administrative expenses and maintenance expenses associated with it, and then also just separately maintenance expenses. So Carlene, if you want to walk us through the budget, please do so.
Okay, so as President Valdez pointed out, this is just for the calendar year of 2021. For those, especially who are newer to the board, just a quick explanation, and we'll be bringing back to a further understanding in terms of the RTA and the RTLC and the DAA and the whole alphabet soup at next month's meeting. But just wanted, so the RTLC, or the Racetrack Leasing Commission, was created in 1968, and in essence, it's responsible for and it leases out the racetrack on our behalf. And so it's actually administers the operating lease agreement with the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. The RTA, or the Racetrack Authority, was formed in 1990, and that is a JPA of the RTLC and the DAA, and that was for the purpose at the time of financing the grandstand replacement project, which has then has morphed into and has gone on to be the bonds as we know them today, including, I think, replacement or the construction of other buildings along the way as well through those bonds. So that's just a very brief touch point in terms of when you're seeing RTA and RTLC. So again, this budget is annually presented at this meeting in advance of the RTLC RTA meeting at the end of this month, typically, or usually the first part of April, where it's ultimately adopted, and then it will come back to and be incorporated into the DAA's budget. The RTA incurs operating expenses as well as, so that's why there are two portions to this. There's the operating expense portion, which is the admin and maintenance expenses. And then there are the projects. There are a number, and in terms of this year's budget, most of the projects are ongoing other than two small one-time projects. This is quite a difference from years in the past in terms of projects that were being done because, to our discussion just moments ago of our financial situation and the budget as it currently stands operating under COVID. So with that, I'm going to first review, and there's two slides here, but so that I can make it so everybody could also see it and follow along in the audience. This is the administration section of expenses. And so you can see these are expenses directly related to the Racetrack Authority's operation, including audit and legal services, their professional services. One of the big changes in this is, as you can see, the increase, especially in 2021 for professional services. You'll notice, though, a very large reduction in our other administrative services in the form of payroll and payroll taxes. And what we have done there is a transition, as we previously reported, to a third-party consultant, a municipal advisor for the bonds. So that expense is now captured in professional services as compared before to in-house payroll expenses. You can see as well that we continue to have an overall reduction in the administrative expenses of the RTA, even from 2019. The RTA expenses are about as bare minimum as they can get for the organization. And so yes, it is down, but there's, it's down as much as it really can be for the year. And you can see it'll be down even further, even from 2020, when perhaps if anybody was expecting a further decline in expenses due to operations, there really wasn't much. It was primarily in the form of the payroll savings. One of the large buckets that we have outside of the audit, as you can see there, is the insurance. And we're required to have the earthquake insurance as a requirement of the bonds. And so it's an expense that doesn't change in a pandemic. The second half, or the bottom half of that page in your packet, which is on page 35, this is the maintenance expenses. And these are expenses as they relate to maintaining, especially the grandstands and the infrastructure within it. Again, going back to the original formation of the RTA and the grandstand replacement project. So the expenses that you see outlined here in terms of like elevator and escalator contracts and repairs, plumbing repairs and sewer maintenance, this is specific to the grandstand. And the elevators are in it. We do have elevators also in the center. They're not part of this this contract and these expenses here. One of the big categories, though, that we have changed going forward is down below. This year, when we don't have the staff that we have normally had that's dedicated to the grandstands, we don't have a reimbursement in terms of maintenance for those payroll-related expenses. Again, they're not dedicated to the grandstand. Instead, what we have up above in the grandstand supplies and routine maintenance is an increase in cost there. For a third-party contractor to come in and provide the janitorial deep cleaning of the grandstands prior to the racing season. They otherwise have had minimal use outside of racing. The other major categories that we moved over, and so these are now incorporated into the DAA's budget, are those related to our technology support in terms of hardware maintenance, replacement of computers and things like that, software licensing, security monitoring. Because as we've been going through this process, have identified that these are expenses that the DAA would have, regardless of whether or not the RTA existed. And so, so we've now allocated those expenses, and they have been included previously with in last month's budget of the administration and overhead expenses. And so overall, you can see that the 2021 proposed is down from the actual 2019 and what was budgeted in 2020 of admin and maintenance expenses even combined, up slightly in terms of 2020. And again, that's because in some areas, there's an increase, the increase in cost that we are forecasting to have isn't quite what some of the savings might have been. We did not spend a lot, as you can see, on maintenance related items for the grandstand this year, because other than the bare minimum, because not only did we not utilize it for the fair, we didn't utilize it for other events that may rent out meeting room space in it, and there were not patrons at horse racing. So there just wasn't a lot of impact to the grandstand in general. Then the second portion of the RTA budget, which is on page 36, is the projects budget. And again, this is for ongoing and as well as one-time only projects. And there's also a narrative about these projects included in your packet on pages 37 through 39 to give you a bit more description of what each means. And so this is representing those programs. So ongoing, we have the racetrack backside program improvements. This is pretty much an annual expense that we have in preparation for the upcoming summer race meet. Also, the improvements being made to the backside living quarters on an annual basis. This is down slightly from 2020's budget, but we have, we believe, proposed appropriately based on what the expenses were in 2020 for improvements and being able to continue that on. In addition to that, and where we do have quite a bit of change from previously, is our restoration and monitoring projects. So again, we really took a look at, and if you look at the narrative on pages 37 and 38, you'll see we left the description in of ongoing projects that used to be, in essence, funded or expensed through the RTA, that in a further dive on those projects, other than the water quality improvement project, plant operation and pond maintenance, that's a mouthful, and the industrial general permit. The other projects that had been included in here before, again, are projects and expenses that we have irregardless of the racetrack authority. And so we have moved those over into the DAA's budget as well. And that would have been for the lease turn monitoring, the south overflow lot restoration, our phase 2 MS4 stormwater permit, and our annual parking and traffic monitoring that we have to do. So this is a much reduced budget from what it has been previously. This next section, the facility upgrades, these are the only two new and also one-time projects that are included in this list of proposed projects. And that is the patio floor replacement in the Il Palio East and the carpet replacement in the director's room. So this total of $43,000 is a one-time expense for that work to be done this year. Then we get back to the landscaping and backside grounds improvements. This is just ongoing, it's the overall landscaping of the grounds from basically our frontage on Jimmy Durante and Via de la Valle and through the backside area as well, and then out into the paddock and the racetrack area. And so overall, our proposed projects for 2021 for the RTA comes to a combined total of $590,000. Does anybody, well, let me just kind of finish that up. So to summarize, we've got $716,494 in the admin and maintenance expenses, plus with the $590,000 in project expenses for the RTA in 2021. We would be looking at a $1,306,494 transfer from the 22nd DA to the RTA should this budget be approved.
I have a quick question. So referring your attention to page 36 of our packet on the proposed projects, you have a column saying timing of expenditures. And for instance, a couple of them are Q4, some are monthly, some are Q2. I'm assuming that means that that's when you expect those expenses to come to fruition?
Yes.
And do you anticipate transferring that amount of money consistent with the quarter? Or will you be transferring all the money now, or how does that work?
No, consistent with the quarter. And so also, just to make sure it's clear that on the restoration monitoring projects, those are monthly expenses, but that is the year's amount. It's not $125,000 a month or $60,000 a month, but it's that it would be expensed. And so on a quarterly basis, we would transfer the funds from the DAA to the RTA for whatever expenses were incurred in any particular quarter.
And this is kind of our attempt to work with our challenging cash flow and with the CDFA and the Department of Finance with respect to our needs, what would fall into this fiscal year versus next fiscal year for them, because they deal with the fiscal year. This is a calendar year for us.
Correct.
Any questions? I can't see you, so.
Shank. May I ask, so under facility upgrades where there's a proposed cost for $25,000 for the director's room carpet replacement, I'm just wondering, that's a lot of money for carpeting. And so what part of that room is requiring $25,000 in cost, if you know?
So that is based off of a quote that was received for it. We would do further work just to make sure we're getting the best price possible. But there is really the entire room needs to be recarpeted. It would be getting replaced with carpet tiles, which is a little bit more expensive than standard carpet. But that way, a tile, if something is spilled, because food is typically consumed in that route, if something is spilled and the carpet is stained, in terms of ongoing maintenance would be much reduced by being able to pop out those tiles and replace with a new tile. So they're also included in this is the purchase of some of that those additional floor tiles to have on hand in stock. It's similar to painting your house. Buy more paint than you need, because when you go back to color match, it's just not quite the same when you try to patch the wall.
Right. No, I understand how those tiles work, but I mean, I'm familiar with that room, and I'm just hard pressed to, and I'm sure others who are smiling, Director Mead has to be thinking as I am, what's $25,000 for one room's worth of carpeting, but
We get a second bid, or planning on getting a second bid?
Well, and keep in mind, it is a budget. It's not that we are necessarily going to go and spend $25,000. We won't spend more than this to get it done, but we will always be looking for the best price possible, not only on RTA expenses, but DAA as well.
Okay.
Was this in part a request by DMTC?
Yes. Yeah, both of the facility upgrades were.
Yeah, so a lot of times the requests that we have with the DAA is with respect to DMTC. So I think perhaps what we can do is I think we should go back to DMTC, have further discussion with them as to the scope, and see if we can look at that number a little bit and figure out if we can beat it. I think giving you the budget for it, but knowing that you're working towards beating it, I think it would be sufficient for me at least.
And with me as well. Thank you.
Any other? Director Mead, does that sound reasonable to you? Okay, as I see your thumbs up. Any other questions, comments? Director Gelfand.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm greatly relieved to know that 185,000 for restoration monitoring is an annual number, just paid out monthly. Might be better under timing of expenditures to say annual / paid monthly or something, but that had me in a state of shock. The other is for the stuff on page 35, which is the ongoing administrative and maintenance expenses. We have multiple years to look at. I'm just curious what this total, of $1.3 million has looked like. Well, really, it's the 590. What that has looked like in past years and how this compares, because all properties have ongoing capital improvements, some of which are just capitalized expenses, which I don't think we need to get into, but. I think what you're trying to do by having two segments here is break out that which is recurring annually versus one-time, more unusual kinds of events. And so just as an example, if I'm right about that, the restoration and monitoring project expenses could move up to the other section in later years because it is an ongoing, regular, recurring expense. Is that right?
Yes, I see what, yes, in terms of some of the projects, and to your point, I do believe it was when the projects were initially done, a project, they were captured on this particular page and format, and they haven't yet been moved over to maintenance expenses now that they are ongoing. And that's where those, especially those two monthly expenses, perhaps, that are expensed out over the month.
I think, I think the question, as I understand Michael asking, is, we have, the detail on the 716,494 portion of it, because that's on page 35. But when you look at the grand total of all proposed RTA projects of 590,000, we don't know what that 590 was in 2020 or 2019. So that really is the question, is of these sorts of improvement projects, what's a typical budget for that line on an annual basis? So is 590 lower than normal, about normal, higher than normal? That
It's lower than normal, and I think Richard's actually trying to look back and apologize. We'll make the adjustment going forward that the projects are also presented in a multi-year format. They typically are to the RTA, RTLC at the RTA, RTLC board meeting. So as an example, in 2019, the facility upgrades was $1 million. This year we're at 43,000. In 2020, facility upgrades were 40, 80, 100, about $150,000. So it has definitely ranged over the years, but we'll provide some of that historic difference. So the 2020 budget, which was being done this time last year when the world really, or at least America really heard about COVID and California was shutting down, it was already, so the 2020 budget was, especially in terms of this portion, was already adjusted for COVID. And so last year's budget for projects was $1.5 million. Again, in 2019, the overall budget for it was 1.3 million.
So when Carleen said $1.5 million, she means 1 million.
$1,005,000,
Yeah.
sorry.
Not one and a half million.
1.5, yeah.
But that's a good point, is we worked really hard because we knew that we were working in a COVID world when we approved the 2020 budget for RTA and tried to keep it as bare bones as possible. I think it's how much, $250,000 less?
Well, actually, we're at about 600,000 for this year in terms of the projects as compared to $1 million. So about 40% down from last year, which was down from from 2019.
So thank you to Joyce for clarifying my question, and thank you, Carleen and Richard, for answering it. And it is what I was hoping for, that we were in fact tightening our belts here. So thanks.
Having said that,
I have a follow-up.
Hold on. Hold on one second. I just want to clarify real quick. Yes, that's lower, and it is significantly lower. Some of the items, though, just to remember that we thought it would be easier and better for us as a board to be able to assess our expenses for IT, for instance, to just put them on the DAA side of things, rather than having some things in RTA and some things on DAA. So while it is, 400,000, it's a little less than that because some of it is already on the DAA side of things in our existing budget.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So looking at that from 2020 very quickly, and primarily because the IT had actually already been moved over, but it's really in the restoration and monitoring projects. For example, now 125,000 of what you're looking at on the screen here is new. The water quality improvement project, plant operation and pond maintenance. This is for the completion of the water quality project out here in the lakes, the treatment facility that we have built, and that ongoing. But last year, for example, this category was a $381,000 budget, if that were still the case. And so we have moved over approximately 320,000 of that expense to the DAA in the form of those other, the parking traffic study, the MS4 permit work, and so on. Only leaving the industrial general permit expense in the RTA because it's directly related to the racetrack operation.
So the 590, when you compare it to prior years, lacks some of the overhead that was present in the other budget with the things that have been moved out over to the DAA. And so you don't want us to be confused by, by singing too much praise around that number having gone down, because some of that is attributable to overheads that still exist being moved.
Yes. Yes, about 300,000. And again, then just the addition into this one of the water quality improvement.
Okay, and since we're on this, the water quality improvement plan operation fund maintenance, 125,000. So is some of that the completion of the project's initial construction and bringing it into operation? And if so, what are we actually, or do you know, what are we actually looking at as an annual expense to operate that water quality facility?
No, this does not include completing the project. This is post the project being done when it's handed over to us. And in terms of the annual expense, at least for the next couple of years, approximately this $125,000. From there, it could go down in terms of the plant life having really rooted and thriving. And that's part of the reason for the investment, is to ensure that, because that plant life is very much necessary to the overall operation. It's part of the biofiltration of the water, and so ensuring that that happens. So this could come down in the future, most likely would, and we're in the process of ascertaining what exactly that would be in the future in terms of what it's going to take staffing wise as well for the treatment plant to operate.
Can I just jump in here? But I'm reading that $120,000 a month says monthly, or is that 125,000 divided by 12?
No, it's 125,000. So the column under 2021 proposed projects is the annual expense. To the right where it says monthly, that's under the column of timing of expenditures. So where we noted the others being paid out in Q4, so the 125,000 being paid out on a monthly basis.
So 125 divided by 12.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that answer too. Any other questions?
Do you guys see anybody else? We can't to know if there are questions.
Kind of the method of the madness was that there was always this challenge for us, at least for many of us, to figure out what really was our exposure to all of these different projects, and let's place things properly under the DAA if they were really DAA expenses, rather than trying to separately assess. So this is what we're trying to do with pretty much everything, and it's hopefully consistent with what you're seeing. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I need a motion to approve the RTA budget.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Mead, as being a member of the RTA. And do I have a second?
Second.
I think that was Galfan. Yep. Okay. Donna, could you please take the vote?
President Valdez?
Aye.
Vice President Rowland?
Aye.
Director Gelfand?
Aye.
Director Mead?
Aye.
Director Mosier?
Aye.
Director Nejabat?
Aye.
Director Schenk?
Aye.
And that's everyone.
Motion carries unanimously. That's the end. Oh, no, sorry. Shoot. I'm sorry, Ms. Sullivan.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies. We have one member of the public on this item. And again, I apologize. Protocol would be for me to ask for public comment before we take the vote. But please, Ms. Sullivan, you have the floor for your 2 minutes.
*6, Martha. Oh,
Hello, this is Martha Sullivan. I'm trying to tamp down my anger at being ignored on this as an afterthought. One, as somebody who worked for about 10 years managing environmental mitigation monitoring for the state of California, I would urge you to look at your estimate for the ongoing cost of maintaining and operating that water quality plant and ponds and so forth. That seems really low to me, along with monitoring the industrial general permit. So I would really eyeball that carefully. That seems low to me. 2, the only revenues I can see are in the last agenda item, which is about 10.5 million coming from horse racing. And here for the RTA, you have expenses at just a little over 1.3 million, not even including the bond payment. So where does the revenue part of this come into the equation? I mean, I understand you're doing zero-based budgeting. I get that from having worked for the state for 20 years and doing a lot of that at various points when we were facing budget cuts. But usually a budget is done to stay within your fiscal limits. Things happening here with particularly the RTA.
Okay. Thank you. And once again, I apologize for not calling you before the vote. I do have a question arising out of that. Carlene, I think that you previously were talking, I think it was actually during the events portion of the budget where Director Gelfand actually asked an RTA question. Where, if at all, is the expenses associated with RTA that were just approved in the budget? Do they need to be included later, and how does that work?
They were not included. Now that this will go to the RTLC committee on March 30th, and then from there will be incorporated into the budget that we're bringing forward in April that will also reflect the addition of the fair event.
Okay. And
then also just to clarify that the expense of the bonds is currently included in the that portion is included in the overall DAA budget under admin and overhead at this time.
Right. Any other questions or comments before we close the RTA-RTLC committee report? Seeing none, we are on to the next item. Sorry. Legal committee has nothing to report, so we go to public comment. And again, these are items that are not on the agenda. Liz Jacobelli.
So the only one left in public comment right now is Martha Sullivan. All
Okay.
others have left the queue.
Okay, Martha Sullivan.
I'd like to share with you a statement by the chairman of the Jockey Club, Stuart Janney III, that was just published today in the racing industry press. Quote, "Unfortunately, we continue to see things that look to be suspicious to us. We have been communicating with a leading private investigation firm retained by the Jockey Club, and they are not indicating that we've gotten to the bottom of the bucket." This is in reference to the 1-year anniversary of 27 indictments of trainers, veterinarians, and others in the racing industry by the federal government. To the extent that we have knowledge, we believe there's a long tail to this. Maybe people are more careful of how they're cheating, but I don't see a lot of evidence that people have stopped cheating. According to sources close to the case, last year's indictments will not be the last. Another round are in the pipeline and have been delayed only because of the pandemic, which has caused federal law enforcement to focus on violent crime and made the convening of grand jury extremely problematic. Cheaters would come and go in the past, but what we've seen in the past 10 years is cheating becoming more prevalent at the highest level, which has a lot of implications with the stud book and the integrity of the breed. It's very it's more pervasive than it's been, and it's much more difficult to detect. For a lot of reasons, not everywhere, but in too many cases, the regulatory apparatus has atrophied or become irrelevant. It isn't working. People need to cooperate with investigators and not hinder them. Though the pandemic has interrupted racing on a large scale, recent months have seen a return of the kind of abnormal results that raise the inevitable questions about what forms the basis of those glittering numbers. Outstanding horsemanship, hay, oats, and water, or a circumvention of the rules through
Martha,
illegal
your time is up.
medication.
Thank you. I think Jane Cartmill is still in the queue.
Yes.
Just wanted to say Sunday's Union Tribune featured a story about Bob Baffert, noting that his biggest problem was keeping his face covering over his nose. The reporter says Baffert's loose-fitting bandana-like face covering kept slipping down at almost every stage of the post-race happenings. This was at Santa Anita. And he dutifully kept putting it over his nose, only to have it slip again. It would be comical, except for the fact that people are dying every day from COVID infection. And we've talked a lot about the compliance within the industry on masking. I'm sure Bob Baffert can afford to have a custom-made mask and a custom fitting if his bandana is proving too difficult. As the poster boy for horse racing, he certainly should be setting a better example. I would hope that someone would have a word with him about that. He is potentially could be infecting a lot of people. And to the caller, regarding the caller earlier today who described horses who slip and fall and hit their head as goofy. She called those goofy behaviors by horses, reminding me of when Dr. Arthur said that when two horses at Del Mar slammed into each other and broke their necks, they were acting silly. I don't know how you claim to love and care about these horses, but then trivialize and demean their injuries, their pain, their death as silly and goofy. Really?
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We are going to break and go into closed session now. I think that closed session will probably be close, maybe half an hour or so. Do you want to just go right into closed session? Do you need 5 minutes? So, want 5 minutes? Staff wants 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes. We're going to have to. So we're going to drop here, and we're going to reconvene with the link from Mr. Kaplan. And why don't we take 5 minutes, and we will reconvene in closed session.
I don't know about you, Fred, but I want to roll around in that carpeting.
I'm telling you, that better be real plush carpeting, my friend. That to me is,
I'm taking my
you can
4-year-old.
do a lot with $25,000 beyond carpeting. That's all I could say.
I'm taking my 4-year-old grandson, and we're going to roll around.
Yeah, it's going to be that industrial hard carpet. It's not going to be plush. I can tell you that. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt.
Yeah, well, those squares, I understand how they use those because, you get a bad stain, you can't replace the entire carpet. So
Right.
you probably do need inventory, and I get that.
You do.
But
Well, also with those squares, you have to deal with the the pad underneath it, because you can't have a traditional pad. It's got to have something hard to stick to. So
that's true.
Yeah. And frankly, you are getting if we're doing it right, and I know we are, you're getting a high quality commercial product, which is also more costly. So
I'll just tell you, I wanted to raise that issue because I didn't want it to be that white elephant in the room that none of us addressed that on the record.
no, I think I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I saw the safety issue on it, and that's why I was kind of like, well, when it's gone, it's gone, But I was gonna say something like, can't we just tear it up and leave it bare? And I thought that was just tacky. So
Yeah. It's not that big of a room. I mean,
how big is it?
Director's dining.
Yeah.
I
can't.
It's
guessing
about
1,500 square feet, maybe.
Yeah, about 1,500 square feet is my guess. Yeah, that's a pretty good estimate.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what you could do with $25,000 on 1,500 square feet? I know. You can put down mink.
Well, you wouldn't get anywhere if you were putting down Persian rugs. So
Yeah, right. That's true. You're right about that.
Tell the board we're on. Tell the board we're on. Board, we're live.
Okay, you guys are live. So Catherine, are you in? We just have to wait for the the reporter.
Let me call her. Oh, is that her?
So Richard, when do you think we'll get to visit in person again for when do you think our first in-person board meeting will be?
Well, on the 23rd of April, we're having our strategic planning meeting.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's in person.
But the first board meeting, August.
You think? Yeah.
That's optimistic, I think.
So who's vaccinated? Is that part of the calculus?
I've had 1 and 2.
I've had 1 and 2.
Had 1 and 2.
Woohoo! Congratulations, that's great.
That mighty 9%.
Yeah.
Nice.
And by the way, just to
That
be
makes
clear,
you
I
one
did
in a million.
I didn't get mine. I got neither of them at the fairgrounds because I was Moderna. So when
And I think I was calling your fax machine.
Anyway,
Well, it makes all of you 1 in a million because that's how many vaccines San Diego County has administered so far, I think. That's the latest update we heard.
Get rid of that one. Okay, she's coming.
That puts us at what, about 30%? Isn't that about 30% of the population? What is the?
Not sure if that's full vaccination or that's just the number that have been administered. So some might not yet have their second.
Joyce, it's 9 point something percent nationwide.
Nationwide, yeah.
Yeah.
We're ahead of that in San Diego County. We'd be way ahead if there wasn't a vaccine shortage.
Oh, for gosh sakes, yes.
I see Catherine on the screen, but she's muted, so.
There she is.
There she is.
Welcome back. Okay, we're reconvening to open session. The board considered the advice of counsel on the items identified in the closed session portion of the agenda. On to item 9, director's requests and closing comments. Do I have any? None. Item 10 is for your information, just correspondence. Any questions on that or comments? None. And do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. All right. Thank you very much, and we will see you soon. Have a good evening.